Each one I win says I want more.
You buried me right where I belong. You buried me right where I belong. And still I'm waiting there. I'm waiting there. I'm waiting there on Division Street. I would like to find the answers I was always rudely denied. I would like to find the answers I was always rudely denied. A song so sweet from back when I was born, a loving creek, floorboards by the door. Hopeful I waited, hopeful I called, but no one would answer at all on Division Street. I would like to find the answers I was always rudely denied. I would like to find the answers I was always rudely denied. On Division Street. On Division Street. I would like to find the answers I was always rudely denied. I would like to find the answers I was always rudely denied.
Oh, hello, everybody. I did not forget. Oh, give me 1 second. Righty. I did not forget. Okay, maybe I forgot a little bit. Maybe I forgot a little tiny bit. Oh my God. Are you on the MOURA train? Oh, I already been on that train. But yes. I was on the train, but now I'm in business class. What the It's exactly how I thought it would be, but here's what I will say. In order of how much they look like the Beatles, Paul Mescal is John Lennon. Perfect. No notes. 0. And then I would say it's kind of a toss-up between... Here, someone, if you link it to me, I can pull it up so people can see. It's a toss-up between Barry as Ringo. Could have been worse. At least, you know, with the stash, it helps. And then, who's the other one? Let's see. Yeah, so Paul Mescal, not as John Lennon. I meant Paul McCartney. My bad. Paul McCartney nails it. This is Paul McCartney. This is not Paul Mescal. This is Paul McCartney. Harris Dickinson is John Lennon, sort of. It works enough. They got the glasses. Same thing with Barry Keoghan as Ringo Starr. You're like, could have been worse here. Harris Dickinson or George Quinn is George Harris. I cannot read right now. Jesus. Joseph Quinn is George Harrison. I don't think so. That's Jesus. Sure. You know, that's Big JC, but that ain't George Harrison. I did not think Barry as Ringo would work, but it kind of does. You know, they really needed that stash. No, it's just, it's the face, I think. He's just, of the 4, the least looking like his Beatle. Name's not Rick. Thank you for the prime. Unjol, thank you for the 18 months. Thank you bunch. Thank you for the 4 months. Tavia, thank you for the 28 months. King Lux, thank you for the 3 months. It looks like they tried to cast Andrew Garfield, but he turned it down. They didn't fix the wig. They're like, we'll just use the same wig. Limited budget here. But yeah, I am very much so like that is Paul McCartney. So if that's any indication on how good these Beatles movies are going to be, these individual Beatles movies, maybe Paul as Paul. Paul as Paul, potentially number 1. Anywho, hello everybody. Welcome into another stream. Another day just filled with so much happening. Sometimes, does anyone else feel this way if you're still on the Hell Site Twitter? Do you ever see so much discourse happening that you almost kind of feel like you're just you're watching from the inside. You're like inside the house looking through the window and it's all happening outside and you don't know what to jump in on and it's just too much. I left. That's good. There's just, especially with an algorithm like mine where there's pretty much everything on it. Yeah, the zone is totally flooded. Totally. But yeah, there's just there's a lot. So, you know, I always what I do is I go through and I kind of it's kind of fun if you remember to keep the window closed. Yes, keep that window closed. I will just now go through bookmark stuff and then use that to help kind of curate whatever I want to talk about on my stream because I simply can't do it all. Simply can't do it all. So we pick and choose. So here's what I have today. I have, obviously, we're going to talk about ICE. It's kind of been the hot top here. So specifically, I want to talk about ICE and the surveillance tech that they're using to spy on us. If you don't know, ICE is spying. The federal government is spying on you. Shock. I thought it was China. What? That's why we had to get rid of that's why we had to take TikTok out of those damn Chinese hands. What? You're telling me? You're telling me that the American government, that these multi-billion-dollar corporations are spying on us? I know, I miss my Chinese TikTok guy. Yeah, I think things were better when it was maybe just the Chinese. Yeah, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about more of the censorship that's happening on TikTok, specifically Bisan who was had her account banned. So now she's on Upscrolled, where a lot of people have been kind of jumping ship. I think the thing that sucks, though, is it feels like we're all kind of chasing each other around on the playground, going from one platform to the next. It's like, okay, this platform has become impossible for any leftist progressive posts, you know, discourse, thinking. So now we have to go find the next place. But it's tough because also we don't want to completely evacuate from these more mainstream populated platforms. Like, we don't just want the right to be winning, to be dominating these spaces. So it's hard because you kind of have to, you got to do what's best for yourself, you know, especially if you are a minority, if you're marginalized, you know, you gotta meet your comfort level and what's going to be personally best for yourself. But also I'm like, damn, it's really, we just have to keep going to other places so that we don't get freaking censored and have our accounts shut down. You know, people, it's not just being demonetized, it's like complete suppression. Sorry, 1 second. Classic something in my eye. Sometimes I'm like, maybe I'll just talk and do this. I hate wearing mascara. A lot of times I don't even like to wear mascara on my lashes because it always gets in my eyeballs. Is it turning into a site? No, it just it's probably because I need to replace it, but but anyway, things are really great over here. It's excellent. Yeah, this is the Daily Body segment. I don't know if you already talked about it, but loved your video with Taylor. Very informative. Oh, I didn't talk about it. I didn't know that came out. Let me see. Hold on. Taylor Lorenz. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Let's see what we got here. Okay, we got, yes. Oh my God, it's me. It's me. Hi. The real reason everyone is China maxing. 1,200 comments. I feel like whenever I see this amount of comments, which this is, you know, 70,000 views, it's good, but 1,200 comments, I go, surely they're all good. Surely it's not people jumping in to be like, China glaze much? Yeah, yikes. TikTok in America became what America said TikTok in China was like. Yeah. Anyway, I did this with Taylor where she wanted to talk about specifically the China maxing memes. The you met me at a very Chinese time in my life. We will, you know, we're all becoming Chinese. And so we chatted about that. We chatted about how perceptions towards China are changing, particularly with the younger generations. And that is going hand in hand as more Americans are becoming disillusioned with the kind of American promise, dream, way of life, etc. I don't get it. You're half Chinese. They have an issue that you're proud about it. We you know, mentioned this yesterday, but there is still so much anti-China hate, anti-China propaganda. I mean, one thing that I keep seeing is these psychotic haters of Hassan, and then therefore by proxy anybody around Hassan. They keep trying to they keep thinking they have this gotcha on like, oh, Hassan and people who went on that trip were paid by the Chinese government. Like, they keep trying to use this as some big revealing gotcha. Not true, but also that's just another example of how of how some of these content creators still have a very anti-China bottom line. You know, they think like this will cause a stir. This will get people to be convinced that like Hassan and other leftists should be deplatformed because China bad. Anyway. Schwabam, thank you for the prime. Coney, thank you for the tier 1. Necromine, thank you for the prime. Revoked, thank you for the 4 months. Nutty Kiwis, thank you for the 12 months. Chris, thank you for the prime. Yep. Okay. Yep. I thought we were living in a post iShow speed trip to China World. Yeah, no, it's I think the perception of China, kind of the attitudes towards China, feels like a generational thing, as a lot of issues feel these days, you know, Palestine and Israel. Even younger conservatives having a different attitude towards Israel. Not all of them, but some of them having a different attitude towards Israel than older conservatives do. He made a point that's funny. They claim he's an agent of the CCP, but he also got arrested and thrown in jail while he was visiting. Yeah. Yeah, which he wasn't. But yes, it's like, okay, wait, you're working for the CCP and yet you're being paid by the Chinese government. And yet when we were at Tiananmen Square and Marsh pulled up that dumb meme, that one of the security guards at Tiananmen Square was like, what is that? Like, it was all live streamed. So no one was arrested. Nothing bad happened, but it is absurd to be like, wait a sec. So we're working for the CCP and yet also that happened where they thought that we were causing trouble. Caroline was stopped more than Hassan was. I did have multiple issues. Like when we went to the Forbidden City, for some reason, my name was just not on the list. I don't know why. I wasn't there. As I said, it's because they were like, oh, we actually have a separate entrance for you. We know who you are. We know your legacy here. I'm sure it was eye-opening for a lot of people who watched live to see what actually happened, then read the Reddit threads, making it seem like he got black-bagged. Yeah, the thing is that a lot of people don't use their eyeballs. They don't have brains. They're just soup. It's just soup for brains. And so they'll just make a complete and total analysis of a situation based on what somebody who has a clear bias is telling them. I call it slop, bing bong. Slop, bing bong. We both like soup. Yeah, they've got soup for brains. You were supposed to go to the Chinese people only secret entrance. I was, and I did not. Okay, so today, I was going over what we're going to talk about today. We're talking about ICE. Tomorrow, yes, I think somebody asked about LA and the protests that's happening downtown. So there are national shutdown protests that are planned in LA County. I am planning on going tomorrow. Now, before anyone comes in and is like, it's not an official general strike. Shut up. Hush. Oh, it's giving No King's protest. Hush. You are honestly giving the energy of these crusty ass right wingers who are typing in response to somebody who's actually out doing something and being like, what are you even doing? Oh, you're not getting, just grunting. Just a lot of grunting. I'm a Twitter leftist. I think you're not protesting correctly. I think people need to realize, like, This is going beyond sharing something on Instagram. Okay, this is going beyond tweeting something. People who are wanting to engage in actual action, who are wanting to use their bodies to stand up against what they see what they see that is wrong, that is happening everywhere. So this is always a good opportunity then to get people engaged in, in leftist organization, to get people to join community groups. A lot of people who go to protests like this is the kind of work that they do. They hand out flyers. They go where people have gathered, where they are demonstrating that this is something that they want to partake in, that they want to do something beyond posting online. I got into it with a leftist last night who was whining about another upcoming No Kings protest. And I'm like, oh, another peaceful protest that'll help. Cool. And how many rocks have you thrown at ICE agents? Oh, no. It's just like, what good are you doing? Who are you helping? And I think that it doesn't mean that we don't push hard against people not falling back in line when, say, Gavin Newsom is the Democratic candidate in a couple of years, where it's like, hey guys, the Democrats are counting on their base, on the majority of their voters, just kind of giving up on the fight once we are back in another election, once we have a Democrat back in office. So I get that as, for leftists, it's frustrating because you want people to care about an issue no matter who is in office. You don't want them to give up the fight once you've got someone blue who's back. But that's not shitting on people who are learning about strikes, who are going to these massive protests for the first time. For a lot of people, this is their first foray into doing something outside of either expressing a sentiment on the internet or not even that. It's always people who don't do shit who have the most to say. It really is. It really is, because who's at these protests? Dedicated organizers, people who are like doing the fucking work, okay, who are handing out flyers, who are trying to get people to come to community meetings, who are teaching people about how to resist, what your rights are. Those people who are part of those groups, they go to these protests. They are, encouraging people to come out and use their voices and march with their bodies. And obviously I am not if Kamala were president, we'd all be at brunch type of girly. And yes, I recognize that there are a lot of liberals right now who are protesting against ICE, but it more so has to do with Donald Trump being in office, kind of looking at it as Donald Trump's ICE. And it's good to protest Donald Trump. We should all be protesting the fascists in charge right now, but not forgetting that Democrats also fund ICE, that Democrats also support these fascist, these fascist agencies. And a lot of times when a Democrat then is back in office, people stop caring about these issues. It's like they didn't care when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were facilitating this genocide, but then they cared when it was Donald Trump in office. So like you should be a person who cares about an issue, who has the same, who has the same politics no matter who's in office. Like, you should be consistent that way. Your convictions should be strong and should not change based on, based on if Democrats are the ones in charge. So that's the bridge that we have to get people over. That's hey, the establishment is never going to care about you, is never going to protect you. They protect them, their interests, the interests of their donors, of their, billionaire corporate donors. Like, that is who the establishment is. You should reject that because the establishment does not stand with the people. The establishment does not represent the working class. So like, it's a matter of getting people to there, but a lot of times moments like now are ripe with potential to radicalize people in that direction. This is a conversation I have all the time with my liberal family members who obviously hate what's happening, but then they'll kind of do the thing where they're like, oh, but the language around abolish ICE. I'm like, no. Hush, 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 hush. And that's the kind of, you got to like nip that in the bud, where we go, you're already jumping to elections. And what that means is that this isn't actually an issue that you care about, because the thing is that the Democrats are counting, as they do every time, on the majority of their voters who will just fall back in line despite right now saying abolish ICE. And you have people like Cory Booker being asked at this moment, how do you feel about abolish ICE? And he's like, I believe we should reform ICE. It's like, no. The position is getting the fuck rid of ICE. ICE out. No more. And there's a lot of people right now who are saying that. A lot of Democratic voters who believe so strongly in this position. And already you see these establishment Dems who are like, well, and they need to feel the pressure already before we're heading into the midterms, before we have elections on, before we have elections on the docket. It's like they have to feel that pressure from their base, from their voters, that this is where we're at. Okay, where we are at is not reforming, is not better training. It's getting rid of ICE. Let me see if I can find what he said. Hold on. Cory Booker asked if he's willing to shut down the government over ICE funding. Senator Cory Booker replies, "We had the longest government shutdown. Democrats could not hold together to sustain that kind of pressure." Yeah, well, that's on the fucking Dems.
Reforms are initiated, unless new rules and requirements are put in place. Would you feel comfortable shutting down the government over this issue?
Look, I think the real problem we have in this country right now is a dysfunctioning Congress. What we are starting to see is cracks in that. And what I mean is Democrats need Republicans to join with us in using our power of oversight, accountability, and checks and balances. And so I'm very happy to start seeing more and more Republicans. We have 5 on this war powers resolution recently that are beginning to break with the president, saying that this president is out of control and reckless. He is cruel and corrupt. And so whether it's the war powers resolution that you've seen, his recent attacks on the Fed, doing something that we have never seen any president from any party do, is attacking the independence of that agency like he is, using and misusing the powers of the Justice Department to investigate his political enemy.
Okay, hold on a sec. That was from a couple weeks ago. I want to just see. Yeah, here's the solution here.
to
That's
make our
okay.
communities less safe. But one of the most alarming crises are issues of training and accountability standards for ICE officers. The Trump administration has cut the training down from 5 months.
Yeah, you see how they keep trying to emphasize the training? They're like, or Hakeem Jeffries going, oh, we need to just have ICE not deport U.S. citizens. These are reforms that they're pushing. They are doing we're not actually going to get rid of the agency. The problem is that Donald Trump has cut down on these important things that are leading to ICE being out of control. So if we just reinstate what we had before, then everything will be
about
fine.
a month and a half. They have eliminated age requirements and are hiring recruits as young as 18 years old. They're putting people into training before their background checks are even complete. And so when you see people cut corners, people die. I'm continuing to lead new legislation that will bring further high professional standards and accountability to ICE officials. We must also set minimum training standards. We must ban the hiring of anyone affiliated with hate groups. We must hold agency leaders accountable. We must require every federal officer to wear a body-worn camera during public-facing enforcement actions and require that footage be preserved so that the truth can't be hidden or destroyed. What Donald Trump is doing is undercutting the strength of our law enforcement. He is diminishing and diluting standards. He is taking actions that are wholly
Yeah, but ultimately the entire agency is harmful and unnecessary, okay? We do not need ICE. We should not have ICE. So this idea of, once we have proper training, once they have mandated body cams, blah, 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 then American citizens aren't going to be shot in the face like Renee Good and Alex Preddy were. But that doesn't fix the fundamental rottenness of ICE. For decades now, since ICE was formed, there have been, of course, issues with oversight and accountability because of all the rampant abuses that immigrants deal with. And the way that these detainment centers, these concentration camps are run has since the beginning been incredibly inhumane. So this is really giving we need to fix the optics here, okay? We've gotten to a point where American citizens are brazenly being murdered, and we have to stop that from happening. But ultimately, we're not going. We're putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole here.
acceptable to the safety of our nation.
It's very frustrating. All we need is $10 billion for more training. Yeah. I mean, this is the same thing with conversations around policing. Oops. Leftists and liberals alike in Minnesota are fucking pissed that the DFL is cramming Amy Klobuchar down our throats. The Globe, as the Democratic candidate for government, so well encapsulates how fucking out of touch the establishment is. Oh my God. The time calls for leaders who can stand up and not be rubber stamps of this administration, but who are also willing to find common ground and fix things in our state. We cannot sugarcoat how hard this is, but in these moments of enormous difficulty, we find strength in our Minnesota values of hard work, freedom, and simple decency and goodwill. Abolishing ICE is popular, FYI. So anyone who tries to say that this is like politically detrimental or that it's just not, it's not possible, we can't do it, but the midterms, blah, blah, blah. It's a popular position to abolish ICE, and it's becoming even more popular. Like maybe people who back in 2018, when there were major calls for abolishing ICE, weren't saying it back then, are saying it now. I'm also so sick and tired of how Democrats every single time will be like, we got to find the common ground. We got to find the common ground. Remember how the common ground is always when the right goes one step more in the extremist right direction and the Democrats find common ground, what they're doing is moving right. And there's never any finding common ground with the left. Let's just find the middle ground here. No, I don't think so.
This is democracy.
I mean, here's the thing. Okay, so I don't know if actually let me pull up YouTube here. Sorry, I'm all over the place right now with all my fucking tabs.
Of Liam being held by his.
Okay, so Liam Ramos is the 5-year-old boy who he and his father were kidnapped by ICE. He's the little boy in the blue hat. Right now, this story is garnering a lot of attention because that photo of him went viral in his blue hat, and because he's a baby. He's 5 years old. But what people need to understand is ICE for years has taken children, has separated families. Even before Donald Trump came into office the first time, there are kids who are subjected to these horrific conditions in these camps. Like they are taken from their families. You know, their parents are taken from them. So I'm getting a little frustrated at a lot of this, like acting as if this shit is all happening now, or you know, the horrific instances that we are seeing on video, the stories that are going viral, as if this is coming out of nowhere. And of course, it's fucking horrible. And the way that Donald Trump and his administration acts just so in your face, so brazenly, you know, trying to see just how far they can push things is it's evil. It's awful. But we need to be having a conversation around how inhumane our immigration system is, how both Democrats and Republicans have fascist policies towards immigrants, that the way that both parties scapegoat immigrants, it might be that Democrats use maybe nicer language sometimes, but they are still a group that is heavily scapegoated. They are forced to go through this really broken system, and it's always been like this. So it's extremely violent. It's at its core, it is one of the gravest inhumane practices, human rights abuses that have been occurring for decades. So please understand that Liam was taken while Trump is in office, but before Trump, there have been other Liams. There are currently hundreds of children who are, you know, who have been taken, who have been separated from their families.
And I saw you just get very emotional. What came to mind?
So this is the principal at his school. Jason Kuhlman, the principal at Liam Conejo Ramos' school, became emotional after seeing a picture of his 5-year-old student being held by his father after they were both detained by federal agents.
About a 5-year-old.
And it's like a lot of people are seeing this. They are feeling emotional over it, rightfully so. It's a very clear indication of right versus wrong. But what can't be lost here is a system, is a way of treating immigrant lives that was in place well before Donald Trump came into office.
What he's already went through, thinking about his mom, seeing that he was knocking on that door and mom could not open it.
Tell me about Liam.
He's a normal 5-year-old. I mean, 5-year-olds are crazy kids. He has a personality, you know. Like I said, you've seen the rabbit hat, and there he comes walking, and he, you know, the little ears flopping as he's coming down the hall.
He wears that hat a lot.
He wears a hat, yeah. Coming in the morning and going out, and he's a happy kid. I truly worry about this, and how's that going to change when he comes back? For my student body, they've been greatly impacted.
What would you tell people who are watching this from somewhere else and thinking, ICE is doing its job, they are implementing the law? What do you want those people to know from where you sit as a principal in this school?
Open your eyes. Believe your eyes. Believe what you see. Don't believe the rhetoric. You know, ask. If you don't know, and if you haven't had experience, ask people that have. What's happening is real. And we know that the myth out there, they're all criminals. I haven't seen little Liam rob a store or do anything like that. He's not a criminal. If you're brown, you're getting pulled over. That's the reality of it. Our families of color who are U.S. citizens, who have all of the documentation, they're just as scared because they're carrying their passports with them. You're a U.S. citizen. You could be born here and you have to carry a passport. Why?
I mean, even, you know, remember the DREAM Act, which was one of the few pieces of legislation that offered any protection to, you know, to immigrants who had come to the United States with their parents and were needing a pathway to citizenship, or, I mean, not even citizenship, but just to be able to live in the place that they were either born in or grew up in without constantly facing the fear of deportation. And even the DREAM Act was a lack of a permanent pathway. Like, there were so many limitations. Just how dreamers have to, I can't remember, I think it's like every couple years, you know, they have to reapply. It was never enough when it was, again, like the only thing that this specific group of immigrants had available to them. So this is something that this is something that I'm looking around, and I really want people to be examining their views on immigrants and on our immigration system, and not just be reacting to these awful, brazen acts of violence that we are seeing against American citizens or against, you know, little babies like Liam Ramos, and know just how bad it's been for so long.
Why? Your driver's license should be enough.
Mango, thank you for the tier 1. Wonder Gal, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, dreamers don't have a pathway to citizenship. I misspoke. I was like, it's not even a permanent pathway, and yet it was a significant piece of legislation because of how there was nothing else. Yeah, and they have to it's having to bend over backwards to meet these incredibly tough standards of pretty much near perfection. And I don't know, the physical and psychological trauma that so many immigrants experience from leaving where they are from, coming to the United States, you know, how dangerous it is to cross the border. But obviously that is something that people will take on that risk because they don't feel they have another option, to just how terrifying it must be, knowing that your life in the United States could be upended at any moment and you didn't even do anything wrong, and how so many people are just incredibly ignorant to the realities of how impossibly hard they make pursuing a legal pathway in the United States.
Jason, I know that.
Okay, what was I going to watch? I was going to watch ICE agents film Minnesota protesters and immigrants as part of massive facial recognition push. Okay, let's talk about how ICE spies on
Now,
American citizens.
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to the facial recognition technology widely being used by ICE and CBP agents to facilitate
Tom Homan was a proponent for child separation as an ICE executive director under Obama. Yeah, and that's why and that's why Tim Walz, when he was like, oh, you know, I have to trust that Tom Homan, that, you know, this is the man who respects law enforcement. This is a guy who I'm gonna meet in good faith. And it's like, oh, Tom Homan, who is incredibly fascist, is one of the most vile people in the game here. Yeah, he knows right from wrong. Oh, why? Is that because Obama gave him a medal? Because he was a part of the Obama administration and not just the Trump administration? Can DACA speak up the way you and Hassan can online, or should they stay quiet on these matters? I don't know what you mean by that. There are a lot of DACA. There are a lot of, you know, politically either you know, immigration lawyers or political activists or people who have dedicated their lives to serving immigrants and you know, and trying to help them in a country that treats them like trash. They talk about this a lot. Do you mean like specifically DACA recipients?
President Trump's mass deportation campaign. The smartphone app is called Mobile Fortify. Its existence was...
Thank you for the 23 months. Can I get a fuck Tim Walz? It's just so cowardly. It's so classic Dems just being like, I think we can all work together. It's like, okay, well, Tom Homan doesn't see immigrants as human beings. So let's just get that clear. Let's just understand here that we're talking about people who do not see immigrants as human beings and therefore do not treat them as such.
First reported by...
Oh, I think they're asking if it's dangerous for DACA recipients to speak out. I mean, yes, look, I will never tell somebody who is marginalized, who can certainly, especially these days, face potentially serious consequences, have their, you know, have their status threatened. I know that I would be lying if I said, no, you're completely safe. There are DACA recipients who are organizers, who are politically active, who, you know, have dedicated themselves to this issue because it is so personal to them.
404 Media last summer. With the app, immigration officers can scan faces of people they encounter.
You don't have to explain your immigration status. You don't have to expose it to other people. You can still be a part of your community and join a leftist organization and do your part. The only way through this is community fellow DACA holders. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people who are some of the most dedicated, organizers and lawyers and human rights advocates are people who themselves are immigrants. You know, or their parents were.
Quickly search those faces against 200 million images stored in several government databases. According to a lawsuit brought by Illinois and Chicago earlier this month, the Department of Homeland Security has...
Yeah, you guys, Hassan got banned. I don't know anymore. But I'm just going to ask that you respect that this is my stream We're talking about stuff here. I'm sure you can go on Twitter and people are talking about Hassan's ban. I don't have any information. I'm not going to bother them. They're filming their podcast, so please respect that this is my stream. This is my time here.
Use the mobile Fortify app in the field more than 100,000 times since it was launched. But is the app even accurate? And is it constitutional for government agents to scan people's faces without consent? Senate Democrats last month requested more information about the app from DHS, saying in part, quote, even when accurate, this type of on-demand surveillance threatens the privacy and free speech of everyone in the United States. For more, we're joined here in studio by Nathan Friedwessler, Deputy Director with the ACLU's Speech, Privacy and Technology Project, focuses on litigation and advocacy around surveillance and privacy issues. Nate, welcome to Democracy.
And to be clear, I obviously don't think it's good when prominent leftists are getting banned off of platforms. In the way that, Bisson, who is a very, very important Palestinian journalist, was banned off of TikTok. Every time that every time they go after important leftists or journalist voices like Bisson, I think that's bad. I think that's bad, and that's why we're talking about this.
Now it's great to have you with us. Explain what this technology, what this app is.
This is a facial recognition app that's loaded onto the smartphones that DHS agents, ICE and CBP agents, are carrying with them. It links into a giant database of photos of people, as you said, more than 200 million photos, and into voluminous federal databases that include immigration-related records, border crossing records, purported criminal records. Some of these databases are notoriously error-filled, and it's being used on the street in ways that are dangerous, that are totally unprecedented in this country, and that are frankly blatantly illegal. It's being used on U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents. It's being used indiscriminately by masked federal agents without people's consent, without a way to say no, in ways that are really harming people every day.
I'm thinking about the recent arrest of the attorney and minister Levy Armstrong, who, when she was arrested, and they admitted that they changed her face, made her cry as she was being taken away, though she wasn't. Her lawyer said there was one ICE agent just filming her face.
Yeah, we see a few different things happening in parallel here, and they're all related. We see during the so-called immigration stops and detentions, ICE and CBP agents using this face recognition app, even to the exclusion of people trying to show documentary evidence of citizenship. We also see these federal agents filming and harassing protesters, filming and harassing people who are just trying to record what's going on in their neighborhoods. We don't know the degree to which they're using face recognition technology there, but they are certainly going way beyond the bounds of what people's protected rights are.
This is Ken Klippenstein, the journalist, sharing a video on social media last week of an exchange between a legal observer in Maine and an immigration agent she's recording. The video begins with the agent photographing the observer's license plate. Here's the exchange.
It's not illegal to record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah. Why are you taking my information down?
Because we have a nice little database.
Oh, good.
And now you're considered a domestic terrorist. So
We're videotaping you? Are you crazy?
Your response, Nate Friedwessler.
I want to be very clear here because the law is.
And just remember that this was happening, continues to happen, but was happening during the major pro-Palestine protests. The way that a lot of what we're seeing now pertaining to ICE, how ICE is behaving, and people who are kind of realizing the absurdity of this and how objectively bad it is. This is what Palestinians, advocates for Palestine have been experiencing. The way that they have been treated as domestic terrorists, the way that they have been put on lists, the way that they've been targeted by the state. writing anything that is anti-Israel, that is anti-genocide, and ending up on a list or ending up in a van with ICE agents because they've taken them from the street as they're walking to class. So this is an issue that has been ongoing. It's just that now it's reached a point that it is happening to people who I think most Americans wouldn't expect it to. And it's happening it's happening everywhere now.
Completely clear. The First Amendment to our Constitution protects your right to record law enforcement and government agents doing their jobs in public. That's a core protection for accountability so that we can know what
it should seem common sense, but just so you know, you are allowed to do that. So if you are recording an ICE agent and they're telling you, you can't do that, we're going to arrest you, blah, 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 blah. You have a right. You have a right to do that.
The government is doing and when it is violating the law. Retribution against people for doing that violates the Constitution. It's illegal, and we at the ACLU and as a nation won't stand for it.
So what can you do about it? Apparently,
I watched
that
Twitch
this
streams
app,
thinking with 2 months.
they're keeping photos up to 15 years.
That's right. It's totally unprecedented. The police around the country have been using face recognition in a different way, right? In investigations where there's an image of a suspect, and we know of numerous wrongful arrests from that use because this technology is glitchy. It gets it wrong a lot, and it gets it wrong particularly often when used on people of color, darker-skinned people. Of course, who are these masked federal agents grabbing off the street? People of color. They're racial profiling. They're taking people based only on the color of their skin and then using this very glitchy app to try to identify them and match them to immigration records. And we know it makes errors. We've actually seen that.
Tell us about the 20-year-old Somali-American U.S. citizen named Mubashir Khalif Hussein.
This is a client of the ACLU in a lawsuit that we've brought on his behalf and a class of residents in Minnesota who have been subjected to unconstitutional and illegal stops and detentions by ICE. There are a number of violations that he and our other clients have suffered, but one of them is that our client, a U.S. citizen, was grabbed for no reason other than, we think, the color of his skin by federal agents. He repeatedly insisted that he was a U.S. citizen, repeatedly asked to be able to show them his U.S. passport card, right, which would show his status. They refused to look at any documentary evidence. They shoved him in a car. They drove him to a facility. They insisted, after he tried to resist over and over, on scanning his face with this dangerous technology. And only after he finally had his face scanned and finally convinced them to look at his passport card did they let him go. Now, mind you, they'd driven him 7 miles to the outskirts of Minneapolis, let him go in a Minnesota winter, told him to walk back to his office. Luckily, his family was desperately trying to find him and was on their way already to this federal office to see if he was there, and he got a ride home. But it was completely terrifying, complete violation of his rights, and this is happening every day to people in Minneapolis and around the country.
Well, I want to thank you for being with us, and people can go to our website at democracynow.org to see that video as he was pushed into the snow, as he was brutalized.
That's why a lot of times, too, they will immediately try and they will try and transfer them to a detainment center in another state, particularly in the South, in places like Louisiana, because immigration court, the places they'll take them to, even when they are U.S. citizens, it's such a fucking joke. And there's very little there's very little accountability to begin with, and kind of an adherence to the Constitution, but particularly in places in the South, they will send people there because it's quite difficult to then get a judge who's like reasonable, who's not just been put in like a stooge, and is just going to simply enact the will of the state. That's where all the races are. Yeah. So here's a video.
These
by
days, it seems like
Wired on how ICE spies on American citizens.
not an hour goes by without another brutal arrest by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. You've probably seen the aggressive tactics in videos online. While many people find these videos really disturbing, others question why this matters to them at all. If they're not here in the US illegally, do they really have to care? Isn't this just law enforcement in action? Today, we're going to be breaking down how ICE's expansion of power will impact everybody in the US. This is Incognito Mode. Social media monitoring is one of the big ways that the US government surveils a lot of people. In fact, if you're posting online, they're probably surveilling you right now. The State Department has expanded its use of social media surveillance to monitor anybody who wants to enter the US. But even if you're not a traveler here, you're probably being surveilled. The Independent reports that ICE is expanding its use of social media surveillance to search for anti-ICE sentiment. So if you're going to a protest or posting about ICE online in ways that they might not like, you're probably getting scooped up into a surveillance machine you might not even know exists. It's been reported that one social media surveillance tool used by government agencies, including ICE, is SocialNet, which can reportedly monitor up to 200 websites, social media platforms, and other online spaces. Some of these platforms include Facebook, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, TikTok, Reddit, PayPal, OnlyFans, Cash App, WhatsApp, Telegram, Discord, Chess.com for some reason. Pretty much anywhere you are online, SocialNet is probably watching. It's been reported that ICE's Homeland Security Investigations Division has directly contracted with Shadow Dragon, which makes SocialNet. The problem with social media surveillance is that, by its very nature, it's a massive dragnet operation. They're collecting data on basically everyone, especially anyone who's posting online all the time. This massive amount of data that's being collected doesn't just go away. All this data is likely being stored and can potentially be used at any point in the future to target you for anything. So right now, these tools are being used to target one kind of speech, but in the future, an administration could choose to use it to target something entirely different. A big problem with social media surveillance is that it can chill speech. You might not post about things online if you...
Yes. So I was listening to a podcast episode today, and they had on, I think it was Bad Faith actually. Brianna had on free speech public defender, someone who really specializes in free speech cases, and she was talking about how in a lot of places where, for instance, they are enacting anti-Semitism, hate speech laws. So in essence, if you criticize Israel, then you will face legal consequences. They're doing so because it's more so about chilling speech. They don't necessarily want to deal with the First Amendment violations that are obvious, that they don't want to deal with the subsequent legal cases because they're such blatant violations of the First Amendment. But it doesn't matter because it still does have the ability of chilling speech. It scares people when they think, okay, well, if I say this, then the government's going to fucking come after me. And even if it's such a clear violation of my First Amendment, I don't have the resources to go through this. I am already, I'm already marginalized. My position is already threatened. So people then will choose to not say anything, to not get involved, to not protest. So the goal is to make people fear. Yes. The goal is to scare people and is to cause them to self-censor. Like, they are censoring, but they want them to also self-censor, to not be participating in any speech against what the government is doing.
Know that ICE agents or other law enforcement are flagging your speech just because you said a certain keyword or expressed a certain sentiment.
Yeah, I mean, during the Luigi Mangione shit show online, when all that was happening, they use AI systems to search for certain words, and they were putting people on databases. They were calling them, they were showing up to their house, who were posting tweets. They were posting like jokes, memes that had 0 likes, you know, no engagement whatsoever. It's not like they're just searching and going to the most highly liked tweets, but it's because they have databases and they will just put in certain words, and anybody who has expressed anything that they have specified in the search is going to, you know, they're putting into a database, they're surveilling.
That's going to dissuade.
I just saw this insane anti-ICE ad. Both the White House and RNCC have lashed out at the creators of this ad. It may have struck a nerve. Maybe. What? What is it? Oh my God. Sorry. That is so excruciating loud. Love that some videos on Twitter are. Sorry, y'all. Love that some videos on Twitter are so quiet. I have to crank the volume. And then other ones are. You have tinnitus now. I apologize.
I had a really good time today.
Yeah, me too. I really look.
What are you doing?
She's coming with us.
What are you talking about? Who are you?
I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're rounding up illegals.
She was born here. She's a citizen.
I don't care. She looks like one of them. But don't worry. When she's in prison in El Salvador, she'll have lots of company.
What is this from? Paid for by, okay, wait. Paid for by PAF, Progressive Action Fund. Not authorized by any candidates or candidates committee. This definitely has that AI sheen, I will say. I mean, here's the thing. This is something that will work on people. They will see this and be like, oh my God. Oh my God. It's bad. They're coming for they're coming for the people who look like me, you know? I mean, is it wrong? It's not wrong. No. It feels like it was made by Republicans, but it's triggering the fuck out of them. Yeah, Republicans do love to, they really do love their AI ads. But you know, Democrats do as well. It's not AI. I don't, honestly, this is not one of those that I care to investigate if it's AI or not. I'm just saying it has that, like, it has that AI sheen. It's the same ads about abortions. Yeah, I mean, I think this is effective. I think it's effective, you know? This has been out for a long time. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's just another tool to try and convince people that what's happening is awful, and it's very much a, hey, now we've reached the point that they're coming for the white kids of America. I've seen several ads by this group. They all have that white dude playing the character of Republican politician. Yeah, I think I remember the abortion ad that they did.
People from exercising their First Amendment rights, going to protests, or speaking out against things they disagree with. One of the first ways you might think of ICE impacting you is surveillance. Facial recognition is one of the ways we know that ICE is targeting pretty much anybody they come across who they find suspicious. Immigration officials have long used facial recognition at the border, but now agents can use it right on their phones. Using an app called Mobile Fortify, they can just point their camera at you and run your face through a bunch of different databases that does identity verification on the fly. So why is this a problem? Well, first of all, Mobile Fortify, like other facial recognition systems, has a margin of error. That means it can bring up false positives. So the app might identify you as being somebody who you're not, and maybe that person is a hardened criminal who's in the US illegally, and you might get detained. The other issue is what we call surveillance creep. This means that powerful surveillance tools are being used in more and more ways and is becoming normalized. It might be ICE agents using it today, but you can imagine a situation where a police officer is standing on a corner and just pointing his phone at everybody, trying to catch a criminal. Now, you might think this kind of surveillance isn't a big deal, and you might think, hey, if cops are catching more criminals, that's great. The problem is that once a surveillance power is introduced,
Yeah, you're telling me that this tech exhibits racial biases? You mean that it misidentifies disproportionately people of color? Black and other people of color have experienced this for years without it needing an app. Yeah. So if you don't understand why this technology is something you should be concerned about, it's probably because you're not somebody who's ever experienced racial profiling. You've never experienced like the racial biases of a system like law enforcement. So now though, they're going after white American citizens. You may end up in a situation that you are misidentified, that you know, through one of these fucking apps that these dum-dums are using, holding up to everybody on the street. You might just be walking by running an errand and they aim that phone at you, and next thing you know, they're coming after you because the app is identifying you as somebody you are not.
Very rare that it gets taken away.
Everyone should be concerned. Yes, everyone should be concerned about how this surveillance technology is proliferating, and is these companies are signing, you know, $100 million plus contracts with the federal government to spy on American citizens. For a long time, they have spied on non-citizens, but now we've reached the point of American citizens. Like, you should, if you weren't concerned before, you should be concerned.
While you might agree with the law enforcement actions of one administration, another administration might have totally different priorities and totally different targets. As we see in all types of situations, technology moves faster than laws. As of now, there's no federal law regulating the use of facial recognition by ICE or any other law enforcement agency. ICE's use of data brokers is another form of
and also how this tech was developed in Israel and used against Palestinians first before being used in the USA. Yes, Gaza is a testing ground for a lot of the tech that we're seeing used right now
digital
in the
surveillance.
US.
ICE isn't just buying data one-off.
Frisk fire,
They also
I think it was
have
12
contracts
months.
with data brokers like LexisNexis, which gives thousands of agents access to all types of data about anyone they're targeting. This means they know who you are, who you know, who your family members are, what your criminal history is, whether you own a boat or a car. All this information is readily available to ICE for anyone who they want to target. ICE is making use of something called the data broker loophole, which allows the agency to just buy data that they might otherwise have to obtain through a subpoena or a warrant. ICE has reportedly used the data broker loophole to get around Colorado's sanctuary cities laws, which prevent local police from sharing information with the agency. ICE was able to just buy data on targets rather than getting it through a process that involves judicial review. ICE has a program known as 287G, which allows it to deputize local and state police to help in deportation actions. Under 287G, ICE has agreements with some 800 departments across 40 states, with dozens more pending. This is all part of the agency's efforts to rapidly increase enforcement actions.
We're not asking them to be immigration officers. We're asking them to help us. Cops working with the cops to keep New York safe.
Named Operation Tidal Wave, ICE's expansion of 287G means a massive amount of resources across the country are being devoted just towards issues of immigration and deportation. Even if you think immigration is the most pressing issue, getting local law enforcement involved can have consequences beyond what you might expect. First of all, local police need to have a relationship with their community so that people can trust them when they call to report a crime. If your family has mixed immigration status, or even if you just look a certain way, you may be more unlikely to call the police and report a crime, and that makes everybody less safe. Another issue is that local police have limited budgets. This inevitably means that resources are going to be diverted from other things like investigating thefts or murders or child abductions. With resources from the federal government to your local police being diverted towards immigration issues, all types of other things are going to go ignored or underfunded. As ICE's power is expanding, it's sweeping up even more people into its crosshairs, not just immigrants. For example, in July 2025, Wired reported on a bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees these days. It seems like characterized regular activities like riding a skateboard or a bicycle as running reconnaissance for protesters and indicative of potential violence. We've also seen ICE agents arrest U.S. citizens who were nearby while they were conducting
Everybody on a skateboard is Antifa.
Raids and arrests. According to Wired reporting, protesters are subject to all types of social media surveillance, with law enforcement building dossiers on them that can include their names, their affiliations, and the things they say online. This is a perfect example of how these tools can be turned against anyone an administration deems problematic. Founded in 2003 in the wake of 9/11 under the task of increasing national security, ICE has since become one of the most dominant law enforcement agencies in the United States.
You know, the other thing too, and I know that this is just it's a very silly way to explain it, but this is now decades, right? And yet every year they seem to increase the fear mongering, the rhetoric around how there's never been as many criminals. So I don't know if I'm somebody who believes that ICE was genuinely founded to protect national security and that they're an important agency. I might be looking around going, so what is it that you say you do here? Hold on. Two plus decades of this, and it's only getting worse, and yet y'all have so much money, and you keep telling us how important this is for the purpose of protecting national security. Like, what you been up to? What is it that you say you do here?
It's poised to reach its apex under the second Trump administration, which has promised mass deportations on a historic scale.
We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually.
Even though
because that's the thing. When you use immigrants as a scapegoat, you have to keep using them as a scapegoat. So people will see $170 billion for ICE. They will see an extra 10 billion in the DHS spending bill, and they'll go, well, wait a second. So what amount of money is the right amount of money then to stop these criminals? Is it just now every single one of our tax-paying dollars is going to this? And yet I keep hearing about how bad things are. I keep seeing how doesn't feel quite safe in this country. And that's of course not because of immigrants. That's because of, motherfucking ICE. But you can't stop using a group as a scapegoat when that is what you rely on to win elections. So they have to keep increasing the rhetoric. They keep leaning into this idea that all these white women are being raped and murdered by these criminals crossing the border, blah, 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 blah. They over exaggerate. They engage in hyperbolic language, but that's not something that they're going to stop because of how much they've leaned into it to win power.
Of ICE arrests and detentions are happening all the time. It's about to get even bigger. Congress recently allocated some $170 billion towards immigration enforcement, making it more heavily funded than any other law enforcement agency in the United States, including the FBI and the DEA. While the Trump administration has framed ICE's actions as removing criminals from our communities, 65% of people targeted by ICE have no criminal convictions, and 93% have no violent convictions. What this looks like on the ground is masked, unidentified ICE agents storming into restaurants and other businesses and snatching people off the...
Yeah, that's another thing, is that when they'll try, first of all, they bullshit the stats, but they just lie about it. But when you hear, okay, this percentage had been charged with a crime, or, they've had run-ins with the law. A lot of times it's actually civil. A lot of times it's something like a traffic infraction. We're not talking about these crimes being of the most heinous criminal nature. So that's another important thing to keep in mind is not only are the majority of immigrants that they are, that they are going after not guilty of any crime, haven't done anything wrong, are law abiding, but even ones who do have a quote unquote record, who aren't so squeaky clean, oftentimes it's a misdemeanor. Oftentimes it's not a serious crime like sexual assault or murder. A speeding ticket. Whoa.
Street, even if they've never been involved in any crime at all. Agents are even arresting people at courthouses when they show up for their immigration court appointments. Even green card holders have been targeted. So it's not just undocumented criminal immigrants who are being targeted. It's pretty much anybody who has a vulnerable immigration status. On paper, ICE's detention rate has soared to 140% of the capacity of detention centers. This has led to massive overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, lack of medical care, and other issues within detention centers. And it's only poised to get worse.
We are looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day, and President Trump is going to keep pushing to get that number up higher.
In June, ICE agents arrested an average of 1,200 people a day. That's nearly twice as many as during the first 100 days of the second Trump administration.
Why are all balds evil? Not all balds. I will say I'm going to do the not all balds. Okay, there are some good ones, but there are a lot of evil balds.
There's very little anyone can do to push back against ICE's
balds.
enforcement actions, but some people are trying. Apps like IceBlock allow people to identify ICE agents, where they are, what they look like, and even what their vehicles are. But even that can come with consequences. The Trump administration has threatened the developer of IceBlock with prosecution, and people have criticized the app for endangering ICE agents. The Trump administration has also equated revealing ICE agents' identities as illegal doxing. We should just note that taking an app like IceBlock or publishing an ICE agent's personal information is, according to legal experts, protected by the First Amendment. The disappearance of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people is going to change American life, regardless of your views on immigration. This can happen in small ways, from people you know suddenly vanishing, and big ways to having fewer people in the American economy and thus making it shrink. No matter who you are and no matter what you think about immigration or ICE's tactics or the second Trump administration, mass deportations are going to have an impact on your life. This has been Incognito Mode. Until next time.
You know who had a nice post on this was Drew Afwalo. Let me see if I can find her. Yeah, here it is. Like many of the posts I've already put up, I need y'all to remember that immigrants are far more than just the labor they provide on this stolen land. They are so much more than the tireless contributions they make to a country that has consistently and intentionally looked down on them. A country that has used them as a scapegoat for many decades, yet profits greatly off their back-breaking work, while simultaneously hoarding all the wealth and resources that make your life harder. Immigrants don't just provide the necessities that make our lives better. They are parents, grandparents, sisters, brothers, loved ones. They are artists, dreamers, entrepreneurs. They have hopes and aspirations. They have ambitions and desires. They don't just deserve a dignified life and recognition for their many sacrifices. They also deserve to be seen. Not as people who, quote, do the jobs no one else wants to, but as human beings. Don't let the only reason you stand with immigrants be as shallow as exploitative labor. Let it be because you actually care that hardworking, loving people deserve to reap the benefits they consistently sow into the fabric of this godless country. And the other thing, too, is it's this idea of the perfect victim, right? The myth of the perfect victim, where, oh, people have to be perfect for us to treat them as human beings. Nobody is perfect. So even if someone is committed of a crime or an infraction, they still have to have due process. Like that is foundational to the supposed democracy that we live in, that there need to be processes for holding people accountable for if they have done something wrong. But also immigrants shouldn't have to be like they shouldn't have to be shiny and perfect and seen as, oh, hardworking, loyal people to understand that they are human beings, you know? The media wasn't saying how good of a person Keith Porter, or wait, what? Remember what Kelly Osbourne said 10 years ago on The View? Yeah. Oh, that's not. Like Keith Porter Jr., for instance, of course, people who are defending him being murdered by an off-duty ICE agent, and that is a story that still needs more attention, and his family deserves justice. He deserves justice. Of course, they try to hone in on, well, he was he was waving a gun, or he shot a gun off, whatever they're claiming. Okay, so that doesn't mean though that his life is forfeit. That doesn't mean then that this off-duty ICE agent had the right to kill him. That is something where he has to be held accountable for doing something you're not supposed to do, which is shooting a gun off in Los Angeles like that. Sure, but that is not at all the same as stealing his life from him. Okay. I want to, let's see. I watched this video. Oh,
The assault on American cities by ICE.
I wanted to watch this one. This is a quick video on how Palantir powers ICE and tracks you.
Powered by Palantir. It could soon be unleashed on you. These government contracts, some job listings I found, and other official documents show what Palantir's tech covers and where it could go from here. Palantir built something literally called Immigration OS for ICE. And now new reporting from 404 Media reveals a Palantir-powered app called Elite that ICE can use to locate targets by, quote, pulling data from all kinds of sources.
I'm a Will Neff watcher, but I'm here to support you while he's offline. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Okay, I'll look at that.
Including Health and Human Services, Clear,
Hassan
and
Swingman,
USCIS, to provide a photo, address, and confidence score on that location in an app that looks like Google Maps. 404 called it the clearest link between the street-level actions of federal officers in American cities and Palantir. DOGE created huge gaps in government infrastructure, leaving lots of room for Palantir to worm their way in, like fully operational mapping of IRS data, management of data for Ginnie Mae, the federal mortgage loan operator, a provider directory for Medicare and Medicaid, and a program investigating alleged fraud among nutrition assistance recipients using existing USDA data sources. And that fraud bit is important. Alleged fraud in government assistance programs is what gave the Department of Homeland Security supposed justification to invade Minnesota. But it's not just fraud or undocumented people that ICE...
Yeah, fraud that had already been investigated. It was old news.
...is surveilling. It's also people who criticize them online. Last year, ICE published a document seeking contractors for threat mitigation and monitoring services, saying that there's been an increase of threats to ICE leadership on social media.
Yeah,
they
when
sought a
Biden
system
was
that would
president.
monitor and analyze these social media sites for sentiment about ICE and provide lists of negative references to ICE found on social media. Months later, several contracts with very similar language were given to a few companies. Barbaricum, Guidehouse, and Amavera, but none of these are Palantir. But Guidehouse has a major partnership with Palantir. Barbaricum and Amavero both list proficiency with Palantir platforms in various job listings. That means that while Palantir didn't build the system for social media tracking itself, the Palantir systems built for ICE will likely be used to pull this data into the...
Yeah, I despise that Palantir is just taken from Lord of the Rings. I hate the trend of tech companies that are obsessed with Lord of the Rings, or just kind of more broadly fantasy. And the reason that they take words from famous fantasy stories like Lord of the Rings is they are obsessed with kind of giving off this vibe of being great and powerful. Anduril is a private military group, yes. And I think too, it's I think too, it's because these guys like Alex Karp, who's the founder of Palantir and is truly one of the most cartoonishly villainous assholes out there. Yeah, it's like, it's Evil Nerd, but they view themselves as they view themselves as like the great and powerful. And I think it's because they construct these fantasies. They want to they want to envision a world where they are these all-powerful beings. They're obsessed with Lord of the Rings, but for the wrong reasons. Yeah, you know the message of good versus evil when Sam's like, we keep going, we got to believe that there's some good out there and that people are fighting for it, and that's why, you know, that's why we keep going. They take the wrong message. Sauron corrupted the Palantir to show the worst visions to the user, ironically very fitting for that evil-ass company. Yeah. These tech billionaires just cannot stop naming their companies after Lord of the Rings. You know, just taking from Lord of the Rings and its fantasy world.
General ICE case management system, and consider how DHS leadership defines a threat. Filming agents, driving near agents, hateful rhetoric, and really any dissent. Palantir co-founder Alex Karp
It's also funny because weren't the Palantir known for not always being accurate? Which is so fitting. It's like, oh, okay, you have this surveillance technology that you sell to military companies and to governments like Israel and the United States. And I think you really overstate your capabilities when you're named after something from Tolkien's mythology that was not always known for its accuracy.
considers, quote, a progressive ideology called woke to be the greatest risk to the United States. I don't know how I'm saying this when people are literally being shot in the streets, but with a blank check to go after fraud and threats and access to taxpayer data, USDA data, mortgage data, and everything online, I think this could get a whole lot worse.
Oh, I always love those words. It could get worse. It's bad now, but it could get worse. All right, let's listen to the wise words of Moby. You guys don't even know how often I will text. So I have a group chat with the boys from Furian from when we were in China, and I am always sending them stuff like this and going, please get this person on your podcast. And I recently was like, I know that Austin and Hassan will probably say who, but you should get Moby. Get Moby.
The question is not whether we should be outraged and horrified at what's happening in the United States, but rather, what are we going to do about it? One, protest. It's a constitutionally established right, and it's a right that Trump and his administration are trying to take away from us. So whether it's protesting on the streets, whether it's protesting on social media, protesting at work, however, we need to keep protesting. Two,
yeah, Moby's
vote.
Still around.
Not just in the upcoming midterms, although that's very important, but in all of the special elections that happen throughout the year. Three, stop supporting the scumbag corporations who support Trump and ICE. We all know who they are. Boycott them. Four, support the politicians.
Fear and Balding, where they only bring on guests who are bald, but good bald.
Who are dedicated to opposing Trump and ICE. 5, support other activists. Even if we don't agree on everything, we have to stick together right now. As Abraham Lincoln said, a house divided against itself will not stand. And 6, practice self-care. Get a good night's sleep, eat well, exercise, so you can be a strong, healthy activist tomorrow and every day for the rest of your life. Be outraged, be horrified, but as Joe Strummer said, anger can be power if you know how to use it.
Yeah. The question is not whether we should be outraged and horrified at what's happening in the United States, but rather what are we going to do about it? Oh wait, I saw, wasn't he sus for what he said about Natalie Portman? I completely forgot about that until now. That was, yeah, that was weird. That was weird. Also, Natalie Portman sus on shit she has said, but that doesn't change it being weird that he like said he had dated Natalie Portman and then apparently they didn't. You know what's so funny about covering pop culture and people in pop culture is that there's so many layers to stuff, and a lot of times I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about when that was weird. Oh yeah, wait a second. Okay. Let's see. I did How is Ice Spying on Us? I want to get to talking about oh wait, actually I wanted to address this tweet. So this tweet was, I actually don't care if you save puppies from a burning house while curing cancer in a steel mill. You do not have to be a good person for it to still be wrong for the police to kill unarmed people. I'm not going to play into that. This is about Alex Preddy, and I said I said something similar when I was first talking about Alex Preddy, where I think it's important to remember him, and you know, he was a guy who had dedicated his life to helping others and making the point of, you know, just how even in his final moments that he was trying to help this woman who had been brutally shoved down by ICE, and that this was someone who I hope we all feel inspired by, you know, a person who had dedicated his life to helping other people. And you don't have to be an ICU nurse. You don't have to, you know, you don't have to, you shouldn't be killed by the state to have this, you know, have these values, to recognize how important it is to have a politics that is rooted in care. But also, I think sometimes people will lean really heavily into painting someone as a complete angel, and that's why like what happened to them was wrong, whereas this was wrong even if he was not an ICU nurse, even if he was not by all accounts like a really wonderful person. And a lot of times we will see how this will be used by bad people to kind of justify when, say, Black people are killed in this country, is that they will do the no perfect angel thing, because it's still buying into this idea that you have to be a perfect victim, that you have to your life is forfeit. So if the state murders you, whether it's an ICE agent or it's you know, a cop, that if there's anything about you that is less than perfect, then you don't deserve to live. Yeah, digging up any dirt to justify what happened to them. So we just need to be so clear in this understanding and this kind of fundamental belief that no, human beings should not be killed in this way. They should not be targeted by the state. Like there is no justification here. And now what I'm seeing too, though, is the right is trying to pull up the story of like, they're trying to pull up the story of Alex potentially from like a couple of weeks ago. This video that's going around being like, look at him. He's like spitting. He spat at the car. He's clearly acting aggressively. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I mean, first of all, I think he's rad, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. It doesn't matter if even in that moment of right before the cops killed him, if he had spat at them, if he had kicked if he had broken a tail light. Like, you can't execute someone like this. But also, yes, I will say it looks like it could be premeditated. If we're going to take something away from that, then potentially what we could take away is the fact that maybe this was a premeditated murder. Maybe there was the connection that was made here, and that is why they killed him. Anyway, the point being that you will not convince me, and none of you should be people who are convinced by any measure of, oh, this person had done this or they had said this and therefore they deserved to be killed. This is a piece by Parker Malloy talking about, I think this video.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him.
Y'all, I'm just going to say it again. I know Hassan got banned. I think that's fucking horrible. I am concerned all the time with leftists being targeted for speech, the attempts to censor and deplatform. I'm going to talk about Bison in just a little bit, who was banned off of TikTok. I don't think it's good, but also I can't do anything about it. I don't have any more details here. I can't speak to what happened right now. So, yeah.
Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat and he walks away.
Doesn't this story correlate the earlier story you covered about the mass surveillance programs ICE is using? Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, this could be the case that if this is Alex, that they were surveilling him, that they murdered him because of viewing him as a threat, since he is a person who's protesting ICE and is like out there actively protesting.
The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
This is also not an excuse for killing him, which Republicans are saying. The fucking list keeps growing of reasons that you can kill somebody. It's amazing. They just keep adding things. And you have reasons like, oh, kicked a taillight, or reasons like being a queer woman.
Here, he continues to stand at the scene. On the day he was killed, the Department of Homeland Security claims Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse, approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which concluded that Preddy was holding a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street. Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away. Soon after that, we left the scene.
Okay, so exit full screen. What the heck? Oh no. Oh no, my computer is freezing. No. Oh no. Oh shit. Well, damn. Hold on. I'm going to try to force quit. Not force quit OBS. I'm going to try to force quit my... Nope. Okay. All right. Okie dokie. Maybe. Hold on. Okay. Things are happening. Okay. All right. I guess my computer did not like that. Is it just Chrome? It's been hella buggy. Yeah, I use Chrome, so I don't know. They didn't like that video playing. This feels like a weird comment. Do you keep it vintage for Will? That's weird, right? Y'all? That's really fucking weird. Yeah, okay. Let's get rid of that person. That's real weird. I don't even know. I don't even know what it means, but I know it's weird. There are a lot of losers in here. Yeah, so probably having to do with the fact that somebody just got banned. So I'm sure they're coming in here. And can I just say, like, one reason that, like, I understand that Hassan getting banned is big news, and I know that there are a lot of people in here who don't mean anything maliciously by bringing it up. But what happens then is I also have to deal with these freaks. I have to deal with these losers who will never see me as an individual, you know, that it's always just going to be an opportunity. It just all revolves around their despising of Hassan. So like I have to deal with that too, you know? So it helps me if those of you in here who are not these bad faith freaks, these weirdos, if you don't keep bringing it up as well and kind of making the stream about the fact that he got banned. Because y'all see that I already have to deal with the worst of the worst. Okay, so this piece is that's AI. It isn't. Verified video of Alex Preddy dismissed as fake by people who think they're fighting misinformation. Meanwhile, AI generated content spreads as proof. So there's this problem that we see all the time where people won't recognize when something is AI, and especially when that thing just confirms their worldview, you know, confirms their biases, confirmation bias. But then also saying something is AI when it's not. And it doesn't help anything when you see this video now that's going around of someone who potentially was Alex and saying, no, that's not real, that's AI, because it is real. But it also doesn't change the fact that Alex was murdered and that was wrong. And what ICE is doing is wrong. And so trying to pretend like this video isn't real I don't think that that is helpful at all. And in fact, I think it's unhelpful. I think it's leaning into this, oh no, Alex's murder was unjustifiable because he was this perfect person who wasn't doing anything other than filming, which, first of all, nothing about this video justifies his murder either. Okay, him spitting at the car, him yelling, him being clearly agitated doesn't justify it. But I think there's this version that people are trying to construct and go, he just had his phone and was saving a woman, and that's why he didn't deserve to be murdered. So there's no justification, period. There's no justification, period. And what this video shows, if this is Alex, it shows that not only is he somebody who has been very dedicated to the issue of getting ICE out of his community, of protecting his neighbors, but that possibly they surveilled him. Possibly they knew who he was when they executed him. On Wednesday, the news movement published footage that adds new context to the killing of Alex Preddy, the 37-year-old ICU nurse who was shot by federal agents in Minneapolis on January 24th. The video was filmed on January 13th, 11 days before Preddy's death. It shows him in a confrontation with federal immigration agents at the corner of East 36th Street and Park Avenue in South Minneapolis. The news movement's team had been filming a documentary about ICE activity in the city when they received a tip that agents were blocking a street, and they headed to the scene. What they captured is tense and chaotic. Preddy, wearing a dark baseball cap and brown winter coat, is yelling at federal agents as they prepare to leave in a black Ford Expedition with its lights flashing. He appears to spit towards the driver's side of the vehicle. As the SUV starts pulling away, he kicks at the tail light, then delivers a second kick that shatters the red plastic casing. That's when things escalate. An agent in a gas mask and helmet gets out of the vehicle, grabs Preddy by the jacket, and pulls him to the ground. Other agents join in. Preddy's coat comes off during the struggle. He either breaks free or the agents let him go and he scrambles away. When he turns, you can see what appears to be a handgun tucked into the back of his waistband. He never reaches for it. The agents deploy tear gas and pepper balls toward the crowd of onlookers, many of whom are filming on their phones. Then the agents retreat to their vehicles and drive away. Preddy walks away too. He wasn't arrested. According to CNN's reporting, he suffered a broken rib during a confrontation with federal agents approximately a week before his death, and medical records reviewed by CNN showing medication consistent with that injury. It's unclear whether this is the same incident, but the timeline matches up. The video's authenticity has been verified thoroughly. The BBC's verification unit used facial recognition technology and found a 97% match. And it's funny because we were just talking about facial recognition technology. It's most accurate with middle-aged white men. When it comes to, say, black women, it has incredibly high rates of inaccuracy. So Alex Preddy was not quite middle-aged, but close enough to the demographic that facial recognition is usually most accurate on. CBS News confirmed the footage was filmed in Minneapolis. A spokesperson for Preddy's family confirmed to CNN, KR11, and the Minnesota Star Tribune that the man in the video is Preddy. The Associated Press confirmed with a person who has direct knowledge of the situation that Preddy had told his family about the confrontation. And there's a second video of the same incident filmed by Max Shapiro, a Minneapolis attorney who witnessed it, that corroborates what the news movement captured. Professional journalists who were there, one of the most respected news verification units in the world, the dead man's own family, an independent eyewitness with his own footage, the Associated Press, all confirming the same thing: the video is real. So, of course, the right seizes on it. They treated the video like a vindication. Trump shared the clip on Truth Social without comment, then reposted a supporter's message that read, "Such a peaceful protester," with skeptical emojis. That's why we also have to cut out this bullshit of like, oh, we need to be peaceful, okay? And if you're peaceful, then bad things won't happen to you. And also, if you're peaceful, they can't use anything against you. Like, it's all contributing to this idea that you need to be the perfect victim. That you need to, that first of all, there's any reality where if you behave a certain way that the state's not going to fucking murder you. Okay, that's not true. But additionally, that if you are if you are aggressive, if you are clearly agitated, if you are anything other than this like peaceful dove, that there is some justification in there for the state killing you, and there's not. No matter how perfect you act, they'll still call you a domestic terrorist. Yes. You can be a perfect victim and they'll still label you a domestic terrorist. Yeah, there's just no such thing. There's no such thing. They say this about kids that they murder. Oh, he was no angel. Tamir Rice was no angel. Same with Palestinian children. They'll go, look at them throwing rocks at tanks. They were no angels. Yeah, there's no winning here with this type of strategy, okay? And it's actually harmful. The only perfect victim is an armed ICE agent that slips on ice. Exactly. Okay, so Trump shared the clip. Donald Trump Jr. posted it. Is this just a peaceful legal observer? Benny Johnson declared leftist hoax destroyed and called Preddy a violent agitator and psychopath hellbent on attacking federal law enforcement. Megyn Kelly went further. Of course she did. Alex Preddy was itching for another confrontation with Border Patrol, whom he'd been stalking, harassing, and terrorizing. He had been victimizing them. His felonies are on tape. He was reckless, and it cost him his life. Find another poster boy, a legal-loving leftist. Turning Point USA's Savannah Hernandez called him a menace to society. Tim Pool described him as a known violent extremist. Because remember, if you are at all challenging power, they will smear you. They will come up with any justification for what the state does to you. And then just beyond that, if you are a person existing, like say a black kid in this country, they'll kill you too. If you are a person who falls into a category of people who have been historically targeted by the state, they will kill you. And guess what? These losers will always come up with a way, always come up with some justification here, some way to like prove that you deserved this. The message, stated plainly or implied, is that the video proves Preddy got what was coming to him. He was aggressive. He was looking for trouble. He was the kind of person who kicks a cop car and spits at agents. What did he expect? Here's what the video actually shows. A man in a confrontation with federal agents who kicks out a taillight, gets tackled to the ground, and then walks away. What it doesn't show, Preddy brandishing a weapon, Preddy attacking anyone, Preddy doing anything that would carry the death penalty in any jurisdiction in the United States. 11 days later, he was shot at least 10 times. Crooked Media's John Favreau responded to Kelly's post. Federal agents shot him 10 times after disarming him, Megyn. If you'd like to live in a country where the punishment for kicking a taillight is a public execution, you're free to leave America. It's worth pausing on something Tim Pool raised, perhaps unintentionally. Could he have been known to the agents as they attempted to arrest him? He asked, framing it as damning context about Preddy. But think about what that question actually implies. Preddy was wearing the same coat and the same black hat on January 24th that he wore on January 13th. Yeah, it's like, thanks, Tim Pool, for actually raising an important point here. It's not yet known whether any of the agents who shot Preddy on January 24th were present during the January 13th incident. The Department of Homeland Security has told the Daily Wire it has no record of the earlier confrontation, which is strange given that there's now verified video of agents tackling a man to the ground and deploying chemical irritants into a crowd of bystanders. If the agents who killed Preddy recognized him from 11 days earlier, that's not a point in the government's favor. It raises the question of whether he was targeted. Poole probably didn't intend to suggest that federal agents executed a man they recognized from a previous encounter in which he kicked their car, but that's where the logic leads if you follow it. How some on the left responded. Not everyone engaged with the substance of what the video shows. For a number of people, there was a simpler explanation at hand. It's AI. This is AI. Just fucking can't. People are stupid. Stop spreading AI videos. Fake as fuck. This is AI slop videos. Stop giving it oxygen, please. Oh, honey, this is completely fabricated. The comments piled up beneath posts sharing the footage, a chorus of confident dismissal. Some invoked the source as the tell. Just saw a MAGA troll account post this. It's obviously AI. When you have to create an AI video to justify something, you know you're on the wrong side. Others set evidentiary standards that no video could possibly meet. Unless I see under oath testimony from the person who shot this video and at least one other witness, I'm going to discount it as AI. And you know the other thing too, this plays into the hands of, say, genocide deniers. Do you know how many pro-Israel freaks out there are constantly saying this about videos depicting Israel's violence against Palestinians? How they refer to Palestinians, you know, they call it Pallywood, that they dismiss it all as fake. You know, it's this idea that it's this idea that, first of all, it's easier to dismiss something than to actually engage with it because you just call it AI. You just call it fake news now. But also because if there's anything in there or if it's posted by something that seems to challenge something you previously believed, that you have to dismiss it. And what I will say is, for Alex Preddy's case, this does not change the facts of the matter. This does not change that he was unlawfully and immorally executed by the state for protesting against ICE. So it does not change that. And you're not helping the cause. You're actually hurting things to try and pretend like this video is fake. And then what happens is that our enemies will seize on that. They will then use that as like ammo in their bullshit claims here that Alex was a criminal, that he was violent, that he, you know, that this was justifiable. Where it's like, oh yeah, look at people trying to pretend like this video isn't real. Why would they try to pretend this video isn't real? Because it's proof that Alex's death was justified. No, it's not. You're arguing the wrong thing here. You're providing a distraction. You're not helping people to get that ICE can't murder people like they murdered Alex. Be proud of the video. It lets ICE know we will fight back. Yeah, a lot of comments like this. Now, some frame their skepticism as a moral stance, a refusal to be fooled. AI, nice try, Russia. And some got angry at anyone who suggested the video might be worth taking seriously. The fact that you've shared and given a platform to this very obvious AI doctored video is appalling. Fuck you. What I notice about so many of these responses is the certainty. There's no hedging. No, this looks suspicious, or I'd want to see this verified before I believe it. The video is fake, obviously fake. So obviously fake that anyone sharing it is either a dupe or a collaborator. One comment in particular stuck with me. We're already fighting the gaslighting. We don't need them to have fake evidence. Okay, so this right here is proving my point. This is not evidence. This is not fake evidence, nor is it real evidence. And you are fundamentally misunderstanding the fight here, misunderstanding why what happened to Alex was not justifiable if you view this as at all as helping the state's cause. That commenter believes they're on the right side of an information war. They've learned the lessons of the past decade. They know that bad actors flood the zone with AI-generated slop. They know that foreign influence operations seed fake content to divide Americans. They know that MAGA accounts share misleading videos to smear people. All those things are true, and in this case, the video is also real. Meanwhile, actual AI content spreads as evidence. And if we call everything AI, then nothing is AI. My chud fucking dad said that Renee Good tried to hit an ICE agent with a car and that Alex Peretti was being violent, so it's hard to cut through the bullshit sometimes. I don't know how you do it every stream. I just dig deep within. No, I do it because I must. I must. While verified video gets dismissed as fake, actual AI-generated content about the same shooting has been created, shared, and treated as though it were real. Start with the enhanced still frame from the shooting itself. Shortly after Peretti was killed, someone ran a blurry screenshot from one of the bystander videos through an AI image enhancement tool and posted the result. The image went viral. People shared it as proof of what happened in the moments before Peretti was shot. Some claim they could see a gun in his hand. Lead Stories fact-checked the image and found it riddled with hallucinations. The AI had rendered one ICE agent with no head and no hands. Yeah, Fred Gutenberg, he shared it, and a lot of people were just like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? The AI had rendered one ICE agent with no head and no hands. A boot appeared as a chunk of ice. A wedding ring materialized on a hand that doesn't exist in the original footage. The supposed gun some viewers thought they saw in Peretti's hand. Frame-by-frame review of the original videos confirmed that Peretti had already been disarmed by another agent at that moment. The weapon was hallucinated. That was just the beginning. This week, another video emerged claiming to show Peretti's gun misfiring as an agent ran with it, complete with vivid muzzle flash, smoke, and sparks. The caption described it as AI enhanced. Lead Stories examined it and concluded that the label was misleading. The correct term they wrote is AI generated. The muzzle, flash, smoke, and sparks were fabricated entirely. They don't appear in any of the original footage. The video didn't enhance what was there and invented something that wasn't. Beyond the shooting footage itself, a sprawling ecosystem of AI-generated garbage has attached itself to this story. Lead Stories documented what they call Viet Spam, a clickbait operation based in Vietnam that uses AI tools to generate fake stories targeting American and European audiences. In the days since Peretti's death, this operation has published claims that Tom Brady, along with at least 36 other athletes and entertainers, had confirmed Peretti was a relative. And I know we laugh. I know it's like there's no... It's comical. There's no way. But people believe this stuff, and then it just like muddies the truth, you know? And it's a distraction. That Peretti's parents said he had quit his job and exhibited unusual behavior, that he had been fired from his nursing position over allegations of misconduct. All of it was generated by AI, all of it false. All of it shared by people who believed that they were spreading the truth. Real video called fake, fake content shared as real, often by people in the same political communities, sometimes by the same people within the same news cycle. This pattern isn't new, but it is spreading. I wrote about this dynamic back in November when the two faces of this problem showed up in the same news cycle. On one side, Trump pointed at archival footage of Ronald Reagan and declared it probably AI. The footage from the National Archives showed Reagan advocating for free trade in terms that directly contradicted Trump's tariff policy. Ontario Premier Doug Ford had used it in an ad. Rather than engage with the substance, Trump just waved his hand and said AI or something. His press team had days earlier told reporters that a different embarrassing video was real. He called that one AI too. Months earlier, he admitted if something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. On the other side, Fox News ran AI-generated videos of Black women claiming to be SNAP recipients, presenting them as real news. Just the most racist, despicable shit. The videos featured women saying things like, I have 7 different baby daddies and none of them no good for me. The videos had Sora watermarks. Nobody actually talks like that. The content was racist caricature generated by a machine, but it confirmed what Fox's audience wanted to believe, so the site ran with it until they got caught and quietly rewrote the whole piece. Legal scholars Danielle Citron and Robert Chesney identified this problem back in 2018, calling it the liar's dividend. The idea is straightforward. As AI-generated content becomes more prevalent, liars benefit even when they're not using AI themselves. If the public loses faith in what they hear and see and truth becomes a matter of opinion, then power flows to those whose opinions are most prominent. A skeptical public will be primed to doubt the authenticity of real evidence. In an interview with the AP, digital forensics expert Hani Farid, a professor at UC Berkeley, put it plainly. I've always contended that the larger issue is that when you enter this world where anything can be fake, then nothing has to be real. You get to deny any reality because all you have to say is it's a deep fake. When I wrote that piece, I was focused on the powerful, a president and a major news network, each exploiting public uncertainty about AI for their own purposes. The liar's dividend seemed like a tool of institutions. The Preddy case suggested that something has shifted. The people calling the news movement's video AI aren't politicians with something to hide. They're not media executives pushing a narrative. They are regular people on social media scrolling through their feeds, seeing footage that complicates a story that they're emotionally invested in, and reaching for "that's fake" as a reflex. Yeah. And it's why it's why it's important to understand things as simply as they are, which is the state using violence in the means that they are is wrong. It is abusing power. It is unlawful. It is immoral. And people are getting so twisted up on this individual case by case basis where they're trying to be like, okay, what happened to this person was wrong because they're a perfect person. And I think that shows still a wrestling with recognizing that this is all fascism, that this is not a matter of individual instances, that these are individuals who are suffering under this fascist system, who are victims of a violent state. But people, aren't kind of looking at things broadly. I think it's that they get emotionally invested in individual stories. It's kind of like, it's almost like it's a true crime story, It's almost like it's again, I know I just keep using the perfect victim myth and people being invested in one person. Maybe it's because it's somebody who they see themselves reflected in. Maybe it's just like because it's what's dominating their feeds. And yeah, it doesn't matter if you try to light a car on fire. It's not justifiable. It's as simple as that. And so this video does not this video doesn't change that. It's been mentioned a lot lately, but Matt Christman's dual sadism's monologue is really important vibes with what you're saying right now. I don't know if I've seen that before. The liar's dividend used to be a strategy. Now it's just how we process inconvenient information. The problem isn't necessarily AI literacy. I want to be careful about how I frame this because it could be easy to turn this into a piece about people being stupid or gullible or hypocritical. That's not what's happening here. The people dismissing the news movement's video as AI aren't dumb. They're not bad at spotting fakes. Many of them are probably quite good at it. They've spent years learning to be skeptical of viral content. They know that foreign influence operations seed fake videos to divide Americans. They know that AI-generated slop floods social media every day. They know that bad actors create convincing forgeries to manipulate public opinion. All that is true. The problem is that they've internalized be skeptical of AI as a heuristic, and they're deploying it selectively based on whether the content in question confirms or challenges their existing beliefs. It's also people looking at things too black and white. They're very black and white in the matter, and they feel like that something like this Alex Preddy video is challenging their belief that Alex being murdered was wrong, and so therefore this video has to be fake. This is confirmation bias with a new escape hatch. Confirmation bias isn't new. Psychologists have studied it for decades. People seek out information that supports what they already believe and discount information that contradicts it. We all do this to some degree. It's a feature of how human brains process information under conditions of uncertainty. What's new is that its AI has become a socially acceptable, even virtuous seeming way to dismiss inconvenient evidence. If you say, I don't believe that video because it contradicts my worldview, you sound closed-minded. If you say, I don't believe that video because it's obviously AI, you sound like you're being a responsible media consumer. The framing matters. When someone writes, we're already fighting the gaslighting, we don't need them to have fake evidence, they're not admitting to motivated reasoning. They're positioning their skepticism as a form of resistance. Calling the video fake becomes an act of solidarity with the right side of history. And this is where fact-checking runs into a wall. The video has been verified, corroborated, and confirmed by his own family. None of this matters if you've already decided the video is fake. That's the trap. Verification infrastructure only works if people are willing to update their beliefs based on what that verification finds. When the response to the BBC confirmed it is, of course the BBC would say that, or when the family confirmed it gets met with, well, they're probably in on it, we've moved beyond a problem that better fact-checking can solve. We spent years teaching people to question what they see. We didn't spend nearly enough time teaching people to question why they believe what they believe. So what does this mean? Alex Preddy was shot at least 10 times by federal agents on a Minneapolis sidewalk on January 24th. There's extensive video documentation of his death filmed from multiple angles by bystanders with cell phones. There's now verified video of an earlier confrontation between Preddy and federal agents filmed by professional journalists on the scene and corroborated by an independent witness. His family has confirmed the details. Major news orgs have verified the footage. The BBC used facial recognition technology. And still, nearly a week later, we cannot agree on what is real. Some people look at this video and see justification for what happened 11 days later. Some people look at it and see a man who was later targeted and killed by agents who may have recognized him. Some people refuse to look at the video at all because they've decided it doesn't exist. And I think the other thing too is because this video is used by the right to as like evidence, as justification for what happened to Alex. I think that's also what's eliciting this response in those who believe that what happened to Alex was wrong, but are saying that this is a fake video. It's because they're seeing this being used as evidence, and rather than push the point that it's not evidence, and if it is evidence, it's actually evidence to potentially the fact that they knew Alex, that he was targeted, that this was premeditated, that this wasn't just that these two events are connected. But you're essentially, you're fighting the wrong fight, right? You are giving actually power to the right, claiming that this is evidence by saying that the video is fake, rather than saying that it's not justification. This is not evidentiary justification. Heart in the right place, but reaction is incorrect. Yes. This is one shooting, one dead man, one relatively short and well-documented sequence of events, and the information ecosystem has already fractured into mutually incompatible realities, each with its own set of evidence and its own framework for dismissing the evidence that doesn't fit. Now imagine this dynamic applied to the next contested shooting, the next election, the next pandemic, the next anything where people have stakes, and that's AI provides a convenient exit from engaging with uncomfortable facts. We built detection tools, we funded verification units, we taught media literacy, and it turns out none of that matters much when people can simply opt out of reality by invoking the magic words. The technology that enables AI-generated content is improving faster than our social capacity to adapt to it. The psychological vulnerabilities that make the liar's dividend work are deeply rooted in how humans process threatening information. The political incentives that reward reality denial aren't going anywhere. What I can do is name what's happening. A verified video is being dismissed as fake by people who think they're fighting misinformation. Fake content is being shared as evidence by people who think they're documenting the truth. These things are occurring simultaneously about the same event, sometimes by the same people. Okay, so one thing I will say as potentially a way to, like, what's the solution here to combat this aside from like education and around AI, you know, learning how to actually spot AI videos, identify AI videos, like all, you know, safeguards that these tech companies are implementing. I think from a like moral positioning standpoint, from a like political and you know, what your political beliefs are, if you understand that your convictions can be both black and white, but have an understanding of nuance. So in the way of recognizing, you know, right versus wrong, but also that right versus wrong isn't challenged by, say, somebody who does not kind of fit into this rudimentary right versus wrong because we are human beings, and human beings act in contradictory ways. Human beings are not perfect. There is no perfect mythology here in play. And I think in this situation, you know, you have to be so sure in your in your morals, in your values, in your convictions, that this violence is wrong. And so no amount of additional information, if it came out, for instance, if it came out that, say, Alex Preddy was, you know, was an abuser, or like had done things that were immoral, that were bad, that still doesn't change that the state can't fucking murder him like this. It still doesn't matter. And so I think when you get comfortable with potentially something that's uncomfortable information, because you are comfortable enough in knowing that it doesn't change things, that your convictions don't change, that, you know, what you understand to be unlawful, to be immoral doesn't change, because now there's information that isn't so pretty, that isn't so perfect. And I'm using that as a hypothetical because, frankly, Alex kicking a car and spitting and doing whatever, you know, behavior was in that video, that's not immoral. That's not something in my opinion, in my perspective on like protesting against a fascist regime, that qualifies as like uncomfortable, as, oh no, he's not as, you know, oh, he was no angel, because he was emotionally responding to ICE agents brutalizing his neighbors. So I'm using the hypothetical of if it came out, because this does happen sometimes. It's like, oh, okay, there's stories of immigrants who have been, you know, who have been kidnapped. They're being denied due process. They are being tortured in these facilities. And then it'll be they have a domestic violence charge, or they had, you know, done something that, yes, is not good. That is not something that is deserving of defense, but it still doesn't change that they are being denied rights, that they are that the way that the system is operating and the way that you know, things are being carried out here is not correct. It's the playbook from George Floyd. He had a fake 20. He was a criminal. Yeah. It's sad because so many have been as close to the perfect victims as there can be, yet people still find these minor issues to discard the real crime of them being murdered, which is why we need to move away from this thinking that people need to be perfect. We need to totally get this out of our system. Get this out of any understanding here, you know, any way that we're looking at how this administration is behaving. It cannot be a part of our worldview. Okay. So I talk about the myth of the perfect victim a lot as it pertains to cases of sexual abuse, you know, usually high profile ones, because that's what I cover a lot on the stream. And but just more broadly, how like culturally we still have real problems in understanding abuse, understanding, you know, and sympathizing with victims of abuse because of these cultural myths, because of this believing that, one, there is such a thing as a perfect victim, and two, that people need to be perfect in order to not be abused, in order to, like, you know, deserve protection and justice. They could find a spicy social media post or something. Like, here's the thing, okay? If something were to happen to me, the way the story would play out is that people who hate my, what I stand for, they hate the things that I say, who I am, my beliefs. They would smear me, right? They would endlessly shit on me. They would pull up anything that they could to try and paint this picture that what happened to me, that I deserved that. No, I don't. Of course not. None of you in here would. But I think what happens too, though, is that when you don't have a personal connection to someone, you may even be more willing to fall into this harmful way of thinking. Those of you in here who, you're part of this community, you know who I am, you know how absurd and disgusting it would be to, like, if the state did violence towards me, to have people justify that, like, you would know that's wrong. But I think sometimes people, when they are not so sure, when they maybe need to do a little introspection here on, like, what do they believe in? What are their values? What are their convictions? That if they don't have a personal connection to someone, or they don't have this understanding that something is wrong, not because the person that it was done to is perfect, but because the action was wrong. That because, the violence that was done to that person is what was wrong. There's a great book from a Palestinian author, Perfect Victims and the Politics of Appeal, Mohammed El-Kurd. Yeah, he's amazing. I've referenced his work a lot. I hate the myth of the perfect victim, not just in the context of sexual abuse. We could apply it to other forms of violence as well, i.e. occupation of Palestine, straight up. Yeah, I talk about this a lot. I also talk about Darvo a lot. Kat Tenbarge writes about Darvo a ton. These are not just things to understand in the context of sexual violence, in cases of sexual abuse, but how politicians use Darvo, how we're seeing Darvo employed right now towards victims of the state, towards immigrants, and with Palestine, it's like, again, people who refuse to acknowledge that genocide is wrong will do everything possible to justify to say that the victims deserve what's happening to them. Can you believe that they don't have gay rights in Palestine? Therefore, all Palestinians, including gay Palestinians, deserve to be killed because they don't have gay rights. Like that type of, bullshit. Posh Kenneth, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Kid Fury, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Clopez, thank you for the 41 months. Jew4, thank you for the Prime. Shaka Khan, thank you for the tier 1. Chubby Shark, thank you for the gifted. Chartreuse, thank you for the 8 months. Yeah, they will throw you off a roof bullshit. Yeah. Okay. Chat, what does DARVO mean? DARVO stands for Deny, Attack, Reverse, Victim, and Offender. It is a manipulation strategy. It is a way to try and turn things around so that perpetrators aren't held accountable, and instead the victims are the problem. So it's a psychological manipulative tactic, often used by narcissists, but yeah, in essence, it's a way to relieve perpetrators of actual, accountability for their wrongdoing, and instead turn things around on the actual victims. All right, let's talk about Okay, Nicki Minaj, pink wig, MAGA hat. Nicki Minaj truly digging herself into a deep, deep, deep levels of patheticism that she cannot come back from. She cannot come back from. I saw someone be like, she's just reheating Kanye's nachos. Yeah. But she got that Trump card. She got her citizenship card. I was laughing looking at the photos of her with old white Trump allies sitting around. I go, is this who's going to come to your, is this who's going to buy the tickets, come to your concerts? Is this your crowd now? Yeah. So just remember too, that these people, we call them grifters because they are saying these things and doing these things to personally benefit themselves, that there is always the thing that they're trying to get. There's always the using this to get something that they want. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the 5 gifted. It Sounds Wingman, thank you for the bits. Biodrummer, thank you for 11 months. She doesn't care because she thinks it won't affect her. Well, it's kind of, you know, you do opportunity cost. You do kind of the weighing of the pros and the cons. And NICKI has come to the conclusion, most likely because the truth is that she's not as culturally powerful as she once was. She's not the only one who is in her industry, and as much as she wants you to believe that she was the first, she was not the first, but she certainly held a very dominant position. And I think she's showing what she won't admit, that her career is no longer at the height it once was, that she in her personal life she's in some deep shit because of the many, many, many lawsuits that she is wrapped up in, some of them due to the fact that her husband attempted rape, that he is an attempted rapist. I think I'll just call him a rapist. I think that's just easier. It's like, okay, rapist, but you just didn't succeed, I guess. That her brother who's a pedophile, and how NICKI has gone after the victim of her husband. So she reached a point where she was like, okay, this is my way through. This is how I keep myself afloat. This is how this is how I win.
We're also pleased. My daughter, she went crazy when she heard that this was happening. I want to go. You know, she happens to be in the wrong state right now for that. But when she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj. Come on. And, you know, and Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell. Not quite.
Yeah, Michael Dell, who is one of the funders of Sydney Sweeney's lingerie line, who we will be talking about Sydney Sweeney's Cosmo piece, which I think is one of the stupidest things I've ever read.
That is fun, but that's okay. But Nicki makes a lot of money, and she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children, and really the children of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus on that.
Support
Why should you
the
give to somebody
children.
else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But and I just think she's great. You know, I've been hearing so much over the years, because I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion. Her community isn't necessarily, I tell you, we did pretty damn well with that, with your community, as we say. But Nicki has been an unbelievable supporter. She gets almost as much as Mr. Wonderful over here. He's been another one that's been so good. But
why does this photo look like when you go to, I don't know, Madame Tussauds, and there will be just random random wax figures next to each other. It's giving wax figure, but it's also giving wax figure that has like a layer of dust on it. You know how some of them are newer and a little bit shinier, just a little bit better quality. And then there's the ones where you're like, yeah, this could use a touch up. This could use a touch up. I know, it's so creepy. I mean, the photo of them holding hands. I saw it and I gasped. I had chills, and not in a good way. It's just beyond wild. Beyond. Him with like the makeup on his hand. Her with her nails where you can see the glue. Part of me is like, did she lose her glam team? It's like a corpse holding a mannequin's hand. Deanie, thank you so much for the 5 gift ads. Sounds Wingman, thank you for the more bits. Blue Alt, thank you for the 9 months. Wick Von Doom, thank you for the 2 months. Physically recoiling. Yeah, someone else was like, this looks like a chicken holding a pig's hand. It elicits a visceral response. I know. You know her glam team left. Yeah, the state of her nails is not good. It looks like she glued them on because they are too big for her cuticles. So for somebody like NICKI, who obviously has access to expensive glam, you know, if this is someone who did her nails, then they intentionally did a bad job. They look like press-ons. You can see the glue. You can see that they're too big for her cuticles. So it's like, did you do this yourself? Did your glam team leave? Did you have, you know, did Donald Trump put these on?
I'd like to ask you to come up, Nikki. Come on up. Come on. She's been such a great supporter and a
Same vibe.
great supporter of Trump accounts.
Tank Spacer, thank you for 10 months. Sonica, thank you for the 9.
And I said, I'm going to let my nails grow because I love those nails.
It's just so incredible, too, because Nicki Minaj is a clear example of, as long as somebody is on the team, right? They are lavishing praise on MAGA, on Trump, then everyone else on the team, you know, all the MAGA peeps, they will immediately start praising them, despite the fact that they have, you know, despite the fact that Nicki is a person who, were she not now Team MAGA, these people are so racist towards that they fucking despise. Jack Gavorky in Detroit, thank you for the 10 gifteds. Kevin O'Leary was randomly there. The Marty Supreme Oscar campaign is going so well. Did I not say what the fuck was Safdie doing casting Kevin O'Leary? And I have seen negative press towards Marty Supreme because Kevin O'Leary is fucking up on stage when Nicki Minaj is also there. And so, of course, that's going viral and people are talking about, like, why is Kevin O'Leary there? And then remembering, why the fuck was Kevin O'Leary in Marty Supreme? What was up with that? And now we have to see Kevin O'Leary this award season. You know, he's going to be there at the Oscars.
I'm gonna let those nails grow.
Ew!
She's so good. She's been MAGA. What can I say? She's been with us all the way.
That's all he can say. That's the truth of it, because these people are so fucking racist. Everything NICKI stands for, once upon a time, you know, the fact that she was very, you know, campy and had a lot of queer people in her fandom because she had that vibe once upon a time. Not like her being, you know, necessarily queer herself, although she did say at one point that maybe she was bi, but just also her being a black woman, who raps about her pussy, you know, the type of person that these people are normally so racist towards, that they hate. So all he can say is, oh yeah, she's great because she's MAGA.
Red Alex, she's been with us all the way.
A good video on it is Bob the Drag Queens. I already have it pulled up
Just wanna
in my
thank her.
playlist. We'll take a look.
And it wasn't so easy. For you, it was easier, right? You want to come up? You want to come up, Mr. Wonderful?
She never gave me the camp vibe. I mean, as far as rap goes, that was one reason why like NICKI felt different, you know? She came up too at the same time as Lady Gaga, and they both kind of had this, like flamboyant camp aesthetic. NICKI with like her really long pink wigs and her visuals and her colors and just her overall aesthetics were absolutely camp. So yes, that is somebody who, that is just everything about NICKI. Everything about NICKI is who these people hate.
Well, come on up here. You've been terrific.
Yeah, her being Black Barbie, calling herself Black Barbie. Yeah. Nicki Minaj and Donald Trump. Conservatives, including myself, were disgusted by lyrics in some of her songs over the years. WAP. I won't say what that stands for. Ben Shapiro lost his fucking mind. Lost his mind, made a whole video about wet ass pussy. And then said, you know, that was when we all found out that his wife's pussy has never been wet.
Songs over the years. WAP. I won't say what that stands for. But that's Cardi B. Oh, that's how bad I am. That's Cardi B. Thank you, Sam. I stand corrected. Now, Nicki Minaj and Donald Trump.
Oh, sorry. I fucked up too. My bad. Y'all, forget about me. Forget about me. I fucked up. You know what it is? I saw this, and I forgot to check my own brain that WAP is Meg Thee Stallion and Cardi B. I'm so sorry. Still stands. Ben Shapiro made a whole video on WAP.
Now, you know,
and point still stands that black women rapping about sex, black women rapping about anything, it pisses these people off. Like they hate this. But it's just now that NICKI is MAGA.
Conservatives, or including myself, were beyond discussion.
Yeah. So it's like this entire world. She did Anaconda. It's so. I know it's funny enough because Meg and Cardi B have been two people that she's heavily come after, but it's black women who are rapping about sex and who are, you know, very they are explicit. They are honestly, I could stop at black women. I could truly stop at black women because the right hates black women. Anaconda's on the same wavelength. Exactly. And that's why it's like the absurdity of this is so obvious, and it's comical in its absurdity, because NICKI and the fan base that formed around her is not at all what these people stand for and, you know, who they go after, who they target. They still hate her. Yeah, it's just because she's Team MAGA that they're like, yay. I mean, I saw all of them. Benny Johnson, Megyn Kelly, you know, all the usual MAGA suspects who after this were like, Nikki's the libs of TikTok. Nikki's just the absolute, you know, welcome Nikki.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that
no one knows what to say. And then Kevin O'Leary is there.
Probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what?
Also, what is this fucking coat? Why does she look like a chicken?
People have to say it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, you know, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him.
You just
Amen.
always throw out God and expect it to work.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ew,
On behalf
the hand
of all
grasp.
the entrepreneurs in America, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because we create 72% of the jobs. Companies 5 to 500 employees, and all we care about is
Man, Nikki really does love to surround herself with rapists.
policy. We love policy, pro-business policy, and these accounts are fantastic for independence and support. I thank you very much. It's all about the entrepreneur, and I think you know that, sir.
Well, that was great. A little interlude. I don't know. That's
Well,
better than getting Scott
folks,
Bessent up.
That was amazing.
Hey guys, first of all, welcome back to the YouTube page. It is me.
Okay, we're gonna watch Bob in a second. Charlie's saying that Nikki's not a good role
Songs
model.
and-
Although of course, him listening to Nicki Minaj in private and, you know, queening out with Candace Owens over how much they love Nicki Minaj.
Role models. I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't think that songs that are talking about like glorifying
just all
wet
grifters,
female
man.
genitalia is exactly. I don't know which one wrote that song. Which one was it?
I think it was Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but by the way, the role models of the 1940s and 50s for Black America were completely different.
I think it was Ben.
So it is a representation issue.
Hold on a second. No, not representation. It's who do you get your art from? It's what values are.
Genuine question, what is in it for her? So, namely the Donald Trump gold card, the Visa gold card that offers applicants residency and a path to U.S. citizenship. So there's that for starters. Potentially pardons for her rapist pedophile family members. You know, she's got the president now. She's probably asking for it if she hasn't already. And then, you know, she's looking for her. She's just looking for her new opportunity here. She's looking for her new opportunity because she's fucking washed up because the music career ain't what it once was. All right, that's the truth. Yeah, look at how everything is just always tacky. That's something that grinds my gears on top of how obviously awful it all is. It's the tackiness. You're tacky and I hate you. It's a fucking Temu credit card with Trump's face on it. Yeah. So NICKI is doing this because she thinks being in now Donald Trump's good graces, she can use that to fix this little issue with her brother and her husband, being convicted rapists, pedophiles, etc. The multiple lawsuits that she's in, I'm sure she's seeing an opportunity in now being MAGA and grifting from this audience.
Are they putting forward? It's the question of every day.
Lady Arkeon,
for example,
Arcania,
more
thank you,
times than
Jen.
not, black politicians will lament the condition of America. It's systemically racist. It's terrible. What does that do to a 14-year-old black kid if you just find that you hear that everything is rigged against you? Instead,
Yeah, so conservatives hate black people, never forget it. All right, Megyn Kelly, who just reposted a Michelle Obama clip where Michelle's talking about that black women can't talk about their pain because they're so dismissed, they're so dehumanized. And Megyn, of course, said something very racist in response to it. And, it's always bad when you see somebody from a minority group, somebody from, who is marginalized due to race, ethnicity, etc., when they align themselves with the right, because you're just like you're such a stooge for them. You're such an obvious tool for this group. And it's also especially painful when you see that it's a black woman. It's like, man, the right wing is awful towards everyone who's not cis white male, but in particular how they are towards black women. And so to see NICKI, to see her getting up there, waddling in that fucking chicken coat, saying how she's Donald Trump's #1 fan. Oh, girl, it is so embarrassing. It is so obviously a grift.
Bob the drag queen. Hello, bobbleheads. I want to say before we get
Hello,
started the video
Bob.
today, please
Hello,
remember
Bob.
to subscribe to the page. My goal is to get 1 million subscribers before this year closes out. I feel like we can do it. Thank you so much for...
It's like, this is the side that is still trying to push the fact that Michelle Obama is a man, that they, have for years been so despicable towards black women and their looks, the way that they call them, the way that they use such racist Shaniqua, welfare queens. They're still doing the welfare queen shit.
riding with me this whole time. And also go ahead and turn on the notification bell. And if you want to help make content like this, it is really, really, really all thanks to the patrons over at the Sibling Rivalry Patreon. You can right now go over to Patreon, type in Sibling Rivalry Podcast. You can join us. All right, let's get started.
You better pray to God you don't get stuck with a mother Melania. You want brainless to stroke your mother ego.
Nicki Minaj is now full on MAGA. This is the story about how one of the most influential rappers of the 21st century moved from pop culture dominance and queer adoration into grievance politics, internet antagonism, and cultural isolation. This is
The other point I will make, and I've made this before, but Nicki's also a wealthy celebrity who, like a lot of wealthy celebrities, is complained about cancel culture. She doesn't like when she says or does something and people criticize her online. And so this is also her being reactionary. This is her thinking that now she's going to be with people who aren't going to criticize the shitty things that she says or does. You know, it's these perceived grievances that NICKI has expressed so many times that she's such a victim, blah, 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 blah. And so she feels entitled. I mean, she's always felt entitled, but yes, it's like now I'm on the side where they get it, they understand, but really what it is that she doesn't have to be challenged on being a piece of shit.
Is the magnification of Nicki Minaj. Hey, thank you so much for watching this video. And if you would like to support me even more, or the things we're doing here at Purse for Studios, please go over to the YouTube
God
page,
of Raw,
Purse
thank you for
for
12
Studios.
months.
You can subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you can see some amazing content by queer people that is for queer audiences. This is the GGT. This is for the girls, the gays, and the theys. All right, back to the program.
I think when you're mean and when you ridicule people, it's a sign of your own insecurity.
Nicki Minaj did not quietly change. She did not drift. She did not wake up one morning and become controversial by accident. We are witnessing not just confusion, it is a transformation.
We're the cool kids. Okay. The other people, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves.
At her peak, ooh, Jesus Christ. Not the second.
Oh, Erica Kirk, who's just so torn up about the untimely, horrific demise of her husband. Just so devastated that a couple days after, you know, she was pouring her grief into focusing on merch sales. You know, when your husband is brutally killed and it goes viral online and millions of people have seen his neck explode, you know how you channel that grief into selling merch. It's what you got to do. You guys just wouldn't understand, okay? If that ever happened to Will, just know that will be the first time that I drop merch. Y'all have been asking for merch. And know that if something like that were to ever happen to William, that I would be putting out those little tees and little hats, because that is how you express grief. That is how you show how devastated you are that your husband was assassinated.
Puberty. At her peak, Nicki Minaj was not just unavoidable, she was untouchable. Between 2010 and 2018, she achieved something no female rapper had ever achieved. Crossover stardom.
Can you fake cry? Oh, please. Are you kidding me? You think I'm not someone who when I was a little child was practicing crying in the mirror? I'm a child of the theater. Once an actress, always an actress. Yes, I could 1000%. If I were Erica Kirk, I would have pulled that shit off so much better. That's what I have to say, okay? If I were Erica Kirk, and that's why when I saw her, from the moment I saw her, I was like, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I had a lot of notes. I was sitting there, I had a lot of notes on how she was performing the grief. A lot of notes.
Cultural dominance, unmatched technical skill, and a fan base that spanned Black communities, women, and queer people. At her peak, Nicki Minaj was not just unavoidable, she was literally untouchable. I remember being in the subway in 2008, and I looked up and every single magazine had either Lady Gaga or Nicki Minaj on it. And I mean, except Home and Garden. I think there was some white lady holding a plant. But every other magazine, I'm telling you, I vividly remember this being like, wow, Nicki and Gaga are on the cover of literally every single magazine. It was in the Times Square subway station in 2008. I was a budding little 22-year-old. NICKI was not just successful, baby, she was protected. I think some queer-coded witch must have put a protection spell on her, but it has finally worn off. Her alter egos, her over-the-top display, her theatricality, all of it allowed her to say outrageous things and
I've seen better acting in community
see
theater.
very little consequence from her fan base.
Music will cut me off if I can. May I express this to her as a singer? I just feel like what maybe trying to be expressed is just sing from your heart the entire time, and your notes will continue to shine.
She was also embraced heavily by her queer fans, especially Black queer fans. We were riding hard. We were going hard in the paint, as the straights say, for Nicki Minaj. So we saw ourselves in her camp, like her excess, her theatrical femininity, and most importantly, her defiance. This is what spoke to us.
I would encourage my gay fans to be fighters.
She stood up to people that we could not stand up to.
But Donald Trump, he gets to hang out with young and have 50 different wives and just be cool. Oh, Donald, we love you. Donald Trump.
So it seems like she would never fade. Each barb was basically a Horcrux scattered across the globe. She was undefeatable. And Nicki Minaj, she wasn't just an artist, she was like an avatar for us, right? She was representation for a lot of people.
Well,
what do you think it's gonna take for us to finally get a gay rapper? Like, what is gonna happen?
I am a gay rapper. You got one.
Yeah! We love you, Nicki!
And the first cracks that we saw in the armor did not come from politics. They came from criticism. Now, as the industry shifted, Nicki was no longer the only woman in rap. Younger artists started emerging, the sound started changing, the attention diversified. If some of you remember, when Nicki Minaj came on the scene, she took shots at the former queen of rap. WAP is crazy. She took shots at the former queen of rap, Lil' Kim.
What?
Do y'all remember this song? Well, we can't play the song, but we can show the video, maybe. I don't know. Nicki seems litigious these days. She might sue the fuck out of me. You a stupid hoe. You a stupid hoe. That was shots being fired directly at Lil' Kim. She said, come on, Bubbles. Go back to your habitat. MJ going there. We ain't having that. How you gonna be the stunt double to the monkey? Top of that, I'm in a phantom looking hella chunky. We did not stand by Kim. We owe Lil' Kim an apology. We owe Lil' Kim an apology. We did not stand by her. We did not stand up for her when she's being bullied by this younger, hotter, more popular rapper trying to take her down so that she could sit on the Game of Thrones. What's it called? The sword? You watch Game of Thrones? It's like the sword, the Sword of Thrones, the throne sword, that thing. Nicki Minaj wanted that spot, and she got it. But
yeah, and that's the thing is like this has always been a tenet of Nicki and her music is to talk about how she's the best, right? To basically shit on other female rappers. It's just that it started to work less and less in recent years because she wasn't the best, because she wasn't number one, because there were a lot more women in the industry and it became clearer and clearer that she was just threatened by them. Yeah, like as she got older and was doing the thing that women do sometimes where they view younger women as their competition, as their threat, Nicki just kind of became more and more obnoxious in this. And she's just kind of been reheating her own nachos, and it just didn't have it didn't have what it had once upon a time, which is why like a lot of people kind of started to leave. They weren't as big of fans as they were when she first emerged, and it didn't necessarily just have to do with her being a piece of shit on the internet and like constantly dragging and beefing with black women.
Evolving with the times, Nicki just responded with defensiveness.
Yeah.
She got very defensive. Every critique on her became an attack. Every chart conversation became a conspiracy. And every moment that wasn't praised was proof to her that she was being blackballed. And this is where grievance begins. See, the grievance pipeline is very simple.
The
You are
grievance
successful. You are no
pipeline.
longer censored. You feel disrespected. You externalize blame. And then you find communities that validate that feeling. And Nikki found hers online. And of course, COVID, it just accelerated everything, right? Her vaccine tweets were not just about like medical skepticism. They were just about mistrust and misinformation. Mistrust of
My
institutions,
cousin's
mistrust of
friend's
experts,
balls.
mistrust of anyone who questioned her. Y'all remember when her cousin's balls grew? Y'all remember this tweet? That was crazy. This is the same emotional pathway that leads people toward the MAGA ideology. Stay with me. It's not policy, it is resentment. A lot of people who are MAGA, they carry resentment in their bones for a system they think did them wrong, and they think they're outsiders right now, when the truth is they are actually the institution. They are the establishment. Nikki's associations began to matter more than her music. Like who she started connecting to mattered more than the art she was making. Obviously, her defense of violent men, her silence on issues that she used to speak on all the time, her willingness to attack journalists, fans, and peers very publicly.
I mean, I don't with horses.
I want to talk about a moment where a lot of us decided that we could not ride with Nicki anymore, and this is Bigfoot. This diss track aimed at Megan Thee Stallion, it just marked a turning point for a lot of us. This was not playful competition. This was like a fixation. It was a hyper fixation.
Yes, the hyper fixation on drama over actual artistry.
The record was framed as like retaliation,
But like not only was she so insanely coming after Meg Thee Stallion, Meg, who was the victim of a violent crime and who was smeared endlessly by racists and other just pieces of shit. And Nicki not only was coming after Meg in such a disgusting way, but it's like the music wasn't even good. It wasn't even good because as she became more and more obsessed with and her, you know, her ego is just so out of control, and she was obsessed with just being number one and no one else being in contention, and being pissed off at anyone criticizing her, and this list of grievances growing. It had a negative effect on her artistry, like on her work.
Function more like, I don't even know, like court, like playground bullying, right? She wasn't just battling like Megan's bars, she was battling Megan's presence. She was trying to discredit her success, her acceptance in mainstream culture and with queer fans, and her cultural momentum. And not only that, Nicki Minaj decided to take this moment to make fun of the fact that she was physically assaulted with a weapon. She was shot by a man in the foot, and then she chose to use this opportunity and her platform to make fun of her dead mother. This has got to be a point where we're all like, what's going on? This seems different than everything that had happened in the past. This seemed different than Nicki Minaj standing up to politicians or standing up to establishments. This was Nicki Minaj taking shots at a young rapper who had gone through something traumatic. Two things: her issue with Tory Lanez and the death of her mother, which we've all seen Megan grieve publicly many times.
My mama could say good job. That was good. You know, we did that. I feel like by now I would have been able to like get my together when I talk about my mama, but every time I talk about my mama, I cannot hold it together.
See, Megan was ascending and Nicki was defending. You know, they say when one supreme rises, another one falls, right? And in this moment, Nicki revealed something we had never seen before: insecurity without irony. There's no irony. It's just insecurity. Y'all remember that? We all remember the Instagram Live.
Fragment.
Yeah. Like, this is
Bullet
her
fragments,
legacy.
foot bitch.
And she adopted the language of culture war grievance. Things like, they're trying to silence me. They don't want strong women. It's an agenda.
We're not allowed to
That
have
shit
a
killed
different
me.
opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore.
Yeah, and remember, that went on forever. It was hours and hours of her going on these lives, clearly coked up, and just bitching about Meg.
These phrases are not neutral. They are ideological signals. They
What
are
is she
virtue
doing, MAGA
signals showing you what her
ASMR?
virtues are. And I think we just realized that our virtues no longer align with Nicki Minaj. So the queer fans did not leave Nicki Minaj because she aged. We love old people. We went up for Cicely Tyson until her last days. We love Sherilyn Sarkisian. Nicki is, I think, roughly the same age as Beyonce. We still love Beyonce. It has nothing to do with her age. They left because the fantasy dismantled itself. Nicki stopped punching up and she started punching down. So what used to be camp became cruelty. What used to be confidence became contempt. What used to be exaggeration became hostility.
Back to this bitch that had a lot to say about me the other day in the press. Miley, what's good?
And then when the queer fans expressed their discomfort, she didn't listen. She mocked, she dismissed, and then she retaliated. Does that sound familiar? Hello? So the Barbs are no longer just fans, right? They operate like a political movement. The Barb Party.
Yeah, and the thing too is I think it was the perceived loss of authenticity. That was something that Nicki fans always loved, how authentic and just, I don't know, how Nicki was just so Nicki, and the way that she's been moving as of late, it feels so inauthentic. It just all this MAGA shit, all this, you know, Trump MAGA shit, it's so shallow and fake. Trump is #1 Barb.
Now they're engaging in harassment campaigns, conspiracy framing, loyalty over accountability, and enemies defined externally, right? It's not us, it's them. Listen, this is not unique to Nicki, but it is familiar to anyone who has watched MAGA culture online or in person. Identity becomes your armor. Criticism becomes persecution. Power becomes victimhood. Nicki Minaj is not required to be progressive, but influence comes with consequence. I learned this as I grow in the world on the public stage. So when a figure with her reach reinforces grievance politics, mistrust, and reactionary rhetoric, it matters, especially to the communities that once felt seen by her. This is not about canceling Nicki Minaj. I don't believe that people can really be canceled like that. It's about naming what happened. Nicki Minaj did not lose relevance. She rejected evolution.
What would you describe a Barb to be?
A Barb is a Nicki Minaj fanatic who is extremely knowledgeable of my past.
This part of the video I want to direct toward the Barbs because I know what y'all are going through.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Nicki, you know, as he said, Nicki doesn't need to be some outspoken progressive, but when you're an artist that, like Nicki, that has culminated a fan base of largely a lot of queer people, Black and other people of color, you know, those who have been traditionally marginalized and on the fringes, and they are drawn to a person that they feel represented in, that they feel like is an exciting, authentic view of who they are and what they love. When that person starts showing that who they actually are or what they stand for is in opposition of that, then yeah, you're going to lose fans. You're going to lose people who feel that what you're doing is what they wanted to get away from. It's like they sought you and the other types, you know, the other fans that they probably share similarities to. And once you just become a representation of who they are not and who is a threat to them, then then they have nothing to do with you. Then they want nothing to do with you.
I was never a Barb. I was a Nicki fan. Was I a Nicki fan? I was a Nicki fan. I was a big, big Nicki fan. But the Barbs were on a different level. And I understand.
Her fan base is progressive. She pivoted straight into a culture that wants to kill them.
Are going through grief. This is truly grief, right? And it's not just that you like Nicki Minaj, especially for those of you who are like in your 20s. Nicki Minaj has been with you since you were in elementary school. You quote her every day. You dressed as her for Halloween.
I don't even know what you girls bother at this point. Like, give it up. It's me. I win. You lose.
So much of your personality is based around Nicki Minaj as a person. And that was not by accident. That was by design. You have her flags hanging up in your bedroom. You stream her songs and you put on Spotify, put it on repeat, and you leave the house to make sure that her tracks go to #1. And it felt like when she was succeeding, you were succeeding. So when she's losing, it feels like you're losing. And that makes a lot of sense. So let's look at the stages of grief. Stage 1, denial. Nicki can't have lost it all. Nicki's still the queen of rap. Nicki wouldn't do that. You're just misunderstanding her. You have to be in denial because you're grieving the relationship that you thought you had with Nicki Minaj. You're grieving what she represented. Nicki's song was playing on your girls' trip. Nicki's song, when it's the moment you walked off stage, you went to the club, and everyone, when the when Monster came on, you were all in a circle. Everyone in the club was screaming, "Pull up in that Monster automobile, gangsta, with a bad bitch that came from street." We were all in the club screaming it together. Everyone felt united because we felt like we were rallying behind this powerful woman. So yeah, you're gonna be in denial about that. Then you start bargaining. Step 2, well, maybe she said that because of this. Maybe she did that because of this. Well, have you considered this? Have you thought about what she's gone through? So obviously, you're gonna start bargaining with yourself and with people around you who have already left the camp, because everyone doesn't go to the stage at the same time, right? You're arguing with someone who's already on stage 5. So you're like, no, hear me out. So when Nicki Minaj gets on stage at the Turning Points USA, you think to yourself, there has to be some higher meaning to this.
What people misunderstand about me now, I don't care about it. I really don't. In fact,
there must be an
I
explanation
love that
that
they
will make
misunderstand me
sense.
now.
I do too, because it shows that you're not a part of this world.
Step 3, anger. Now you're mad. Because again, we're not just when people criticize Nicki Minaj, it doesn't feel like a criticism of her. It feels like a criticism of every moment in your life that is connected to Nicki Minaj. So obviously you're gonna feel angry because it feels like an attack on you. Stage 4, depression. Baby, baby. I get it. You are now in a bad mood. And it's not anger. It's because anger is when you're mad at the world. Depression is when you're mad at yourself, because you are coming to the realization, have I been on the wrong side of history? Did I not jump ship soon enough? And then finally you hit stage 5. This is acceptance. They not like us. So yeah, you're gonna go to the stages, and I want you to know right now, you're valid. Maybe you're not on stage 5. Maybe you're not even on stage 1 yet. Maybe you're still stuck on stage 1. You're in denial. No, it couldn't be my queen, because you rode hard for her. The magnification of Nicki Minaj is not about red hats or party lines. It is about resentment replacing curiosity, control replacing collaboration, power replacing play. And listen, once that shift happens, the art always suffers.
Are you sure you got everything that you wanted? That's all you wanted from me?
Burn me again.
So
yeah, that's the thing. It's like Nicki is not the same artist that she was when you probably first became a fan of hers years ago. So if this is somebody who you're still gonna support and kind of go, forget about everything else, the art is, as Bob said, the art suffers. The art suffers, and it's her albums, her songs, her art. It's
Here are my final thoughts.
going
First of all,
down
if you
the
enjoyed this kind
shitter.
of video, let me know. I try something new for my page, and if you enjoyed that, then please, let me know if you want to see more like this from me. But that being said, obviously, when you invest in celebrities who are just human beings, they can let you down. Your morals will shift. You will no longer align. Except me. If you subscribe to my page, I'll never let you down. Actually, I can't promise that. I probably should let some of you down already. But I will definitely try my hardest. And listen, to all the Barbs, we will allow you to reintegrate into society. We won't hold this against you forever. There's still time. It's not too late. All right, see you all next week.
Okay, we have to watch this.
So Blair, I know you're pissed off.
Wait, did you guys see? There was a video of an ICE agent who is black and seemingly queer, and somebody tweeted and said the Barbs move fast. Like the Barbs. Oh, you linked it? Okay, wait, hold on.
Back up. Don't touch my car.
Don't cuss. But you're not gonna do
what I
nothing.
want. Don't touch my car.
No, you don't do what you fuck you want.
I don't care. Don't touch my car. Don't
This
touch my
ain't your car. That's her car or his car.
I'm
That's
trying to
not your
ask
car.
if he needs assistance.
Why can't she say
I don't care
something?
what you ask.
But
Don't
why
touch my
can't?
car.
So what's your
Okay, the
badge
window
number?
was down and you
What
had
is
to
your
put it up.
badge number?
Diva, no.
Let's allow him to say something. Come on, man. Just use a little.
Señor, ¿cuál es su nombre?
Don't touch her.
¿Cuál es su nombre?
I will lock your ass up.
No, you won't.
Anyway, I saw a couple viral tweets. It's like the Barbs move quick.
Why and are you still a Barb?
I am no longer a Barb. Thank you, Harvey. I'm no longer a Barb. For me,
so this is a video of a former Barb and a still Barb, and they are fighting over her supporting Trump.
Nikki has just been too inconsistent with her fans and those that supported her, from Black women, the queer community, the trans community, and it's really sad to see her betray her fans like this.
Trade to that. I saw your eyes rolling a little bit while Blair was talking.
Yeah.
You are still firmly a Barb?
Yes, I'm a Barb. I'm 30 years old, and I've been a Barb since I was like 13 years old. And I support
I'm
Nikki.
sorry, this is sending me though. Trey the Entertainer still supports Nicki Minaj. Why is this? Why is this set up like a shitty reality court show? Like, you know what I mean? This Kyron, Trey the Entertainer, still supports Nicki Minaj.
Wholeheartedly, because this is America, and I believe anybody does have the right to vote or believe who they want to believe in. And so for me, I can put the two things aside from Nikki, the personality, and Nikki, the music. And I still love Nikki and all the music that she does have put out since I've been a Barb. So
Blair, you're out altogether. She has been
Girl,
talking about
shut
possibly
up.
dropping new music. You're not gonna...
the music, really? Okay, so if you're like, I'll just, it's all about the music. Is it? Is it? Because the music ain't music
support
king.
her music anymore?
I'm not, just because she's been too inconsistent, guys. I mean, the immigration bans, she used to be, she was undocumented until yesterday because she got to take a shortcut because that was easy for her. But what for her fans? What about the community that supported her all these years? It feels like she's just ignored them. I feel like if you're going to say that you're the queen, then it's best just to be consistent and not instead be a clown. So it's just really sad to see her betray herself and watch her tarnish her own legacy.
she always have been consistent. And if you listen to her music, she always talked about the Republicans and voting for the Republicans and
being against Trump and being against Trump.
I mean, she said a lot. But for me, my opinion has changed because before 2020, I used to be on the I hate Trump train as well. But I grew up, I started learning things.
What did you learn?
Doing my own personal research. And so my own personal opinion turned against Trump as well. So your opinions can change.
Okay, did it? Or is it because Nikki is a Trumper? It's because Nikki's MAGA. Is that what your research was? seeing what Nikki's saying.
Really look at her personal life with her and her husband. I know they bring that up a lot. That has nothing to do with Nicki Minaj. She can be gone with him tomorrow, and then what it's going to be talked about, you know, the next day. So for me, I'm still team Nicki Minaj.
I think first, Trey, you should talk to your friends. Talk to your friends in the trans community. Talk to your gay friends, your queer friends, and ask them how they feel about things that Nicki has said and how she's betrayed her fans. I mean, supporting Trump reads as her prioritizing her own proximity and not a collective whole. And I feel like if you're going to go ahead and be for your fans and preach certain things, and then your actions don't match, then what's the point? And I feel like everything from her hubby to saying things about Megan Thee Stallion to
I'm just imagining that conversations like this are happening everywhere now between Barbs who are sticking with Nicki and Barbs who have had enough.
Tweeting things to Cardi when Cardi released her album. I think she's bitter and I think she's miserable and insecure, and she's trying to protect herself and her family because we all know that they are all we're going to say a spotlight with the law.
I mean, nowadays, a lot of people are just way too sensitive. I have talked to the LGBT, because like you guys said, I am part of LGBT, where I do portray a masculine side and a feminine side. You can follow me on TikTok, Trey the Entertainer, and you can catch all that. But a lot of people that follow me that's part of LGBT agree with the same thing I agree with. So, I mean, it depends on who your part of LGBT. They might say that what you agree with, but the people I talk to it on my fan base, they agree with a lot of things that I say and what Nicki says as well. So, I mean, we can go tit for tat for that all day long with the talking about the LGBT trans. I know a lot of trans that's with it, a lot of trans that's not. A lot of gays, men that's with it, a lot of gay men that's not. So, I mean, to each his own.
Yeah. The former Barbs out there, just know that it's okay to choose your brain instead of your Barb badge, okay?
Woo-hoo! I think we have a winner, and I think the winner is the former Barb.
The entire Young Money roster has turned into generational.
I do not believe Trey the Entertainer, still a Barb, won this one. Who? He's the one with the Republicans at all events on Grindr. Yeah, he's like the one black person they'll have at a Trump rally that they make sure to put in the front row, and it's like black men for Trump, or in this case, black gay men for Trump, as if that's an actual significant like a significant portion of black queer men are for Trump, and they haven't just found like the token
losers, like straight up.
The concept of calling yourself Trey the blank the Entertainer. I know. Oh yeah, it's very LA. It's possible that he even had to add a couple numbers or something, because that was maybe taken.
It's wild. As a millennial who literally graduated high school in 2009, who saw the Young Money run up close and personal, it's wild to see Drake, loser, king of the incels, 40-something-year-old man who at this point is buddying up with disgusting streamers like Aiden Ross, who is racist and sexist, who's pushing sports betting onto his underage fans. Just very loser behavior.
Yep.
And then we have, Onika Tanya Mirage. I've already done multiple videos about the multiple mistakes that she continuously makes, including the latest one of deciding to be a tap dancer and going out and holding hands with Donald Trump on January 28th, 2026, walking out on stage and saying that she is his biggest fan, all in hopes to save her husband, who, by the way, is, a rapist, a sex offender, has to go in registries. Obviously trying to get around that. I'm not even going to bring, Wayne, he's holding on by one dread. And after he got pardoned for Trump the first time around and, was singing Trump's praises, I knew what time it was.
Yeah, generational losers. Generational losers. And the thing is that this is going to be their legacy, okay? Drake's legacy is him. Drake's legacy is him being called a pedophile by tens of millions of people. This Aiden Ross crypto gambling bullshit. Yeah, it'll be Not Like Us and crypto gambling, which they're already being investigated. There's already legal shit that he's entangled in. And then Nicki her legacy will be that of attacking Black women like Meg in such despicable ways, you know, when we look back and see after Meg was a victim of a violent crime, a victim of domestic violence, and how Nicki was just so awful. That will be her legacy. And MAGA. She had a beef with SZA. I know Nicki has beefed with so many people. It's hard to keep track of. Essentially, if you're a Black woman in the music business, Nicki has probably beefed with you. The reason I specifically named Meg is because, one, how she did those like coked out Instagram lives, put out these diss tracks on her. But she so obviously was out of her mind and going after somebody attacking her dead mother too. Don't forget about that aspect. Yeah, her going after Cardi's kids. So that is her legacy. That MAGA, that's what people will remember Nicki for. You're forgetting his stellar acting on Degrassi. I know. How could I forget? How could I forget his stellar acting on Degrassi? All right. Last thing. I'm going to read this piece that I really liked in Substack. Pink wig, MAGA hat, give him backlash. By Future Tense and Garrick Kennedy. Nicki Minaj built her persona around disruption. She infused her early work with an arsenal of queer aesthetics, drag references, and a sexual fluidity that made her as provocative as she was beloved. She was the girl that breathed life into an art form that had all but silenced its women, the girl who made Itty Bitty Piggy a mantra for millions of gay men, the girl who could easily stand toe-to-toe with any rapper and hold her own. And she was the girl who understood that pop music's greatest power lies in its ability to create refuge. But refuge, it turns out, is only meaningful when you remember what it felt like to need it. Somewhere between peddling COVID vaccine conspiracy theories, cozying up to Erica Trump, and embracing Donald Trump's anti-immigrant... Did I say Erica Trump? Erica Kirk? And embracing Donald Trump's anti-immigrant administration, Minaj has completed a transformation that was always threatening at the edges of her brand. The signs had been there all along, written in the margins of beefs that seemed petty until they revealed themselves as paranoid ideation. Her penchant for homophobic and transphobic slurs deployed casually as weapons in Twitter battles. Her distancing from the queer community that made her a global superstar, a slow-motion ghosting that began to feel like shame given how we first met her. Used to be bi, but now I'm just hetero, she once rapped. What once felt like legitimate grievances about industry politics morphed into something darker, more conspiratorial. By the time Minaj was defending her husband, a registered sex offender, by attacking his victim and encouraging her fans to do the same, the pattern had calcified into familiar doctrine. The world is always against me, and anyone who questions or says otherwise is part of the conspiracy. But a Saints, thank you for the 9 months. Sanborn, thank you for 11 months. Study Minaj's online presence over the last few years, and you will see the real-time construction of a persecution complex that, like Trump, borders on performance art. There have been days where it seemed as if she's rambled from sunup to sundown about her gripes and those responsible. She picks fights with everyone, former collaborators, peers, perceived rivals, journalists, anyone. It's as if the accumulation of enemies proves something vital about her victimhood, and she is never wrong. To Minaj and her loyal barbs, it's simple. Everyone else is either a loyal fan, the enemy, or an agent working to dismantle her legacy as the queen of rap. Minaj, like Trump, operates with a transactional zero-sum worldview. They both have the uncanny inability to accept that you can be both successful and not universally loved or respected, that criticism might be legitimate, that other people's achievements don't erase yours. But the most basic tenet of being a barb or falling into alignment to Trump is the willingness to live in an alternate reality, one where perceived slights is proof of conspiracy, competitors is evidence of a rigged system, and paranoia is the only rational response to a world that refuses to organize itself around your narrative of persecution. Her one-sided beef with Meg Thee Stallion stands as perhaps the most revealing of the world that lives inside her mind. Here's a young woman who was shot, and then, see, this is why I also pointed to Meg's, that's why I was saying, like, Meg, of all the beefs she's had, I think this is so indicative of why now NICKI is where she is. And I think when people look back on NICKI's legacy, it won't just be the MAGA stuff, and it won't just be kind of generally how many fucking beefs she's gotten into, but specifically her coming after Meg. Here's a young woman who was shot and then gaslit by the man who inflicted violence on her, his fans, and people around her. Meg's rising fame turned the trauma of being assaulted and the loss of her mother into public spectacle. And Minaj, who once positioned herself as protective of younger women in hip-hop like Meg, mocks both wounds with a cruelty that takes the breath away. Jokes and rhymes about being shot, references to a dead mother wielded like bombs. She turned Meg's pain into propaganda for her own, a move straight out of the Trump playbook. It was grotesque, and her acolytes ate it up wholesale, as they tend to do with everything their leader does, no matter how outlandish or nasty it is. But Minaj's obsession with Meg Thee Stallion is only a symptom of a deeper grievance. What she wants, what she has always craved, is the validation of hip-hop's most venerated patriarchs, particularly Jay-Z. That he's largely ignored her baiting, at least publicly, gnaws at her in ways that make her lash out in belligerent online rants. Let Minaj tell it, Jay and his Rock Nation entertainment company are trying to sabotage her personally and professionally. Meg, who is managed by Rock Nation, is simply a stand-in for that rejection. She's a younger artist who seems to navigate the industry with the ease and institutional support that Minaj believes was stolen from her. Never mind that Minaj is one of the most influential and successful rappers on the planet. She's sold a staggering 100 million records, broken records, built an empire. In the MAGA imagination, success is always qualified by the success you don't have, by the recognition that eludes you, by the conspiracy that explains why you're not universally adored, and in Minaj's case, Grammy awarded. It's why Minaj refuses to move on from beefing with Cardi B, an artist that didn't come up through the traditional channels or spend years perfecting her craft in the ways that Minaj understandably demands respect for. Cardi arrived loud and messy and beloved, and the public regards her with a warmth that Minaj, for all her talent and influence, has never quite sustained. This must be unbearable to someone who's constructed their image around being the exception, the one who made it despite everything working against her. Cardi's continued success suggests that maybe the industry isn't rigged, that maybe the public isn't clueless and can see that Minaj's isolation is mostly self-constructed. And so the tantrums and the rants come, screeds about fairness, about how the charts and the Grammys are fixed, about how she's the most successful and the best, very best rapper, and yet somehow still constantly cheated. She sounds in these moments exactly like Trump, a man who won the presidency twice and still won't shut up about how he believes everyone stole the election from him. Minaj is far from alone in this rightward drift. She joins Kanye West. Well, I guess not anymore because he apologized, but also has conveniently announced his new album coming out in March. Ice Cube, 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, Lil Wayne. She received a sentence commutation and pardon from Trump during his first term, and others who have found their way into Trump's orbit or adopted his rhetoric. A sobering reminder that hip-hop is a billion-dollar industry where its top stars enjoy a privilege reserved only for the very wealthy and whose material interests align more closely with capital than with community. Both Trump and Minaj understand that the most potent force isn't hope, but the conviction that you've been wronged, that the system is rigged against you specifically. It doesn't matter if you're a billionaire or a pop star of the average Joe, just trying to keep his streets safe from all the trans immigrant athletes out to corrupt the children. The architecture of victimhood is endlessly adaptable. What makes this Minaj's slow descent into Trumpism such a betrayal is her willingness to weaponize the very communities that once elevated her. She said plenty of homophobic lyrics that her gay fans have somehow always managed to overlook, but her recent homophobic rant against Don Lemon and not so subtle transphobic dog whistles, "If you're born a boy, be a boy. There's nothing wrong with being a boy," she said during her appearance with Erica Kirk, represented the final severing of the rope that connected her to the margins. to the queer fans who regarded her as a staunch ally. And now, in aligning herself with Trump in a time when his administration are violently terrorizing Democratic-led cities, she might just torch whatever was left of her legacy. There's a tragic irony to watching a woman who built her career on shape-shifting morph into an avatar for a movement that harms the very communities that helped her amass her wealth. She's not MAGA's outlier. She's its perfect avatar. The persecuted millionaire, the immigrant who supports those against immigration, the queer icon who doesn't actually respect queer folks. Minaj has seemed to learn what Trump has always known, that in this country, you can betray everything you came from and call it survival. That closing the door behind you or pulling up the ladder after you've climbed it isn't cruelty. It's just good business. And that the only thing more American than being oppressed is turning into the oppressor. Woo! Happy birthday, Dr. Gulag. Hunter, MCMC, favorite tier 1. Fire writing. I mean, yeah, I think pointing out the similarities between Nicki Minaj and Donald Trump, and therefore why Nicki Minaj is, I think, looking at the MAGA audience with excitement. She's like, you know what? I'm done with these obnoxious, critical queers. Give me the MAGA. Give me people who will treat me the way that they treat Donald Trump. Somebody who has even more power, more money, and yet a longer list of grievances. So can I not sing super bass at karaoke anymore? You can, but then you have to cry and beg for forgiveness. This one is for the boys with the boom system, top down AC with the cooling system. When he come up with the club, he work it up. He got stacks on the deck, look, he save it up. And he pop bottles and he got the right kind of bill. He cold, he dope. Yeah, you have to do a land acknowledgement after. Marshy! Ferian must be over, which means I wonder if William is home. William! William! Maybe he's not home yet. Okay, y'all ready to talk about Sydney freaking ass Sweeney? Maybe Will show up once I start talking about Sydney Sweeney. Surely. Too much news today? I know, I'm almost at 4 hours. Today's been flying. Can we get the Substack link? Of course. There you go. So there's the Substack link, and then here's the Cosmo. Oh, fuck. Here's the Cosmo article. The reason that I don't want to stream super duper late, I'm like, wow, these 4 hours have flown by, y'all. Because tomorrow I am planning on getting up early to stream because 1, I'm going to be gone tomorrow night. And then 2, I am going to stream, and then I'm going to the big protest in downtown Los Angeles. So anyone else going to be there? Any other Angelinos in here who are going to be heading to the downtown? No gaming. Well, I was hoping to do a little gaming, but I got to see because I want to cover this. I want to cover the Sydney Sweeney shit, and then I'll see afterwards. Are you going with he who must not be named? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I was going to ask him if he was planning on streaming it, but well, I was not planning on streaming it, so I was just going to stream. I was going to stream in the morning and end around 12 so I could go to the protest afterwards. Actually, maybe he will stream on YouTube. I'm going to text Marsh, are you still here? Hello? Marshy Marsh. I'm asking him if he's planning to go tomorrow. So not in LA, but we'll be doing mutual aid at work. A lot of our community is still without power. We love mutual aid. Okay. So anyway, would you interview Ray? For sure. Yeah. Anyway, I, as of right now, am was not planning on streaming the protest. One, it's just kind of hard to do. Kind of hard to do it solo, and I am going with some friends tomorrow. So I don't know if it's really, I don't know. So I was already planning on streaming in the morning anyway. I set my schedule on Monday. I'm trying to do this new thing where I post the schedule in Discord for the week and then do my best to actually follow the schedule. So I was planning already on streaming tomorrow. Take Mara. She's suddenly available. Okay. Why are we talking about Sydney Sweeney? Because she's fucking stupid. Oh, she's stupid is what I said on the pop-based post. Classic. Oh, God. Classic Sydney Sweeney moment. Cosmo asked Sydney Sweeney if she ever intends to publicly state her political beliefs. No, I'm not a political person. I'm in the arts. I'm not here to speak on politics. It's not an area I've ever imagined getting into. It's not why I became who I am. I became an actor because I like to tell stories, but I don't believe in hate in any form. I believe we should all love each other and have respect and understanding for one another. Yeah, just what a dummy. What a freaking dummy. So then I went and read the Cosmo article that has this quote in it, and it gets even stupider. Are y'all ready? Okay. Oh, actually, mind you, before I read the article or the interview, if you don't know, Sydney Sweeney has just released a lingerie line. It's called Siren, and it's spelled SYRN. Oh, yeah. SYRN, and somebody online commented that it looks like the font looks like it's a salad dressing label. It's very stupid. And none of the photos that she has posted to advertise to promote the line are her wearing bras that fit. So it's kind of funny to be launching a lingerie line and all of the bras you are wearing are ill-fitting. And frankly, Sydney Sweeney has never worn a bra that fits her. This is not a knock on having big boobs. This is a knock on not wearing a bra that looks comfortable and fitting, and now you're selling a lingerie line, and the whole thing is like, for all women to feel empowered. It's like, you know what a woman needs? A bra that fucking fits. I keep reading it like CERN. Yeah, it's SYRN. And she just did a stupid little stunt where she hung bras from the Hollywood sign. And now, I don't know, she might face like a fine for it. Anyway, I would really love a lingerie line being promoted that doesn't feel like a knockoff of Victoria's Secret too. Okay. So this lingerie line, you should know, got $1 billion cash infusion from whom? Jeff Bezos and Michael Dell. Michael Dell, who was just referenced in Trump's little spiel when he had Nicki Minaj join him on stage. Michael Dell, who's a billionaire, he's the founder of Dell PC. He and his wife gave like billions of dollars to some Trump thing. And then Jeff Bezos, who, like all these other tech billionaires, has been supporting Trump, was there at his inauguration party, gave a bunch of money. And Sydney Sweeney was at Jeff Bezos' wedding last year. And anyway, I just thought it was really interesting that she's here talking about that she's not a political person, that she's an artist. And this is all being said in promotion of a fucking lingerie line that she's on the cover of Cosmo for, and it's a lingerie line that's being funded by Jeff Bezos. Yeah, and that she dates Scooter Braun. Yeah, they're supporting the arts. Okay. Sydney Sweeney created this moment, but does it belong to her? The actor is selling underwear, not ideology. At least that's the plan. On the heels of box office hits and misses, a buzzy lingerie launch, and a divisive year in the spotlight, the 28-year-old sits down with Cosmo to talk about what it means to keep choosing visibility in 2026. It's very funny, too, to act as if selling underwear in this way, like how Sydney and all of her businesses that are very clearly centered, very, very clearly focused on like being hypersexual for men, on the male gaze, so to speak, that there's not some ideology in there that her and her American Eagle jeans that she was supposed to be, there was supposed to be one gene that was being sold to support victims of domestic violence, but then there was like the whole weird eugenics shit. I just don't understand this whole, like, I'm just an artist and I'm also just selling underwear, and there not being any politics or any ideology in any of this anywhere. Okay. Sydney Sweeney arrived at her Cosmo shoot armed with lingerie and conviction. She was ready to pose nearly naked in Swern, her new line of intimate apparel, exposing both her Hollywood idealized body and her business acumen. In any other year with any other star, it'd be par for the celebrity course. In 2026 with Sydney Sweeney, it's a Rorschach test. If you ask her, which we did, the images you're looking at are about control. She's creating a moment she can own in something she designed, asserting with lace what she hasn't yet with language. This can be how I communicate to my audience, she explains. I want to show women that we can take back our power and fully free ourselves. There's so much about this that's just incredibly stupid, and I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. First of all, this idea of women taking back power and fully freeing ourselves. And yet later she's like, I'm not a political person. I'm just an artist. What do you think women taking back power and freeing ourselves is? What do you think has happened in the past that has led to now you today saying that women are going to take our power and fully free ourselves? Like, what is this a response to? What is this reaction to? What is it that what is it that's happening, that happens in our society that's driving you to this statement about women needing to take back their power and fully free themselves? Anything in here? Any politics, any ideology? No. Okay. And also, I'm sorry, but LOL that buying Sydney Sweeney's lingerie is how women take back our power and free ourselves. But when a body becomes a message, it's often others deciding what it means. Putting something like this out there right now into a fractured digital landscape eager to spar with itself is a provocative proposition, especially for Sydney, who spent 2025 becoming arguably the most polarizing star in America. Still, she says she needs people to see her in her lingerie and understand this. I want SRIN to stand for the power of choice. Oh. See, this is why, as much as I'm like, she knows what she's doing, not speaking out on anything that's happening, or at least not intentionally. I also think she's just dumb. I do. She wants people to see her in her lingerie and understand that SRIN stands for the power of choice. She's just speaking words. I know. Yeah. So I think a couple things can be true here. I think she can be not a very smart person, but also be intentionally acting the way she is, pretending like, oh, I'm not a political blah, 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 because of business, because it's good for her business to sell bras or to sell herself as like a super sexual girly to like right-wing men. She doesn't want to, it's her thinking she doesn't want to alienate a conservative audience, but it's also so absurd because it's like, girl, do you think that that's who's going to support you? In the past when you have gone and made videos talking about how exhausted you are by people being cruel towards the way you look, do you know who that comes from? That comes from these fucking men on the internet who will say shit like Sydney Sweeney is mid. Do you know who those types of guys are? Do you know that the way that you now come across as a white blonde MAGA girly, that's in league with those guys. You're the type of person now where they will say first Sydney Sweeney is mid, but then also be like women are whores and women with boobs, they are evil, but then also use her as a symbol of like, oh, the woke has ended. We have won the war against woke. So, okay. It's Sydney's choice to lay herself bare, and it's your choice whether or not to buy it. Until recently, her image was featured in lighter cultural conversations. She's best known for her breakout performances in White Lotus as Cassie in Euphoria, a character so desperate to be loved, she communicates almost entirely through her body. Maybe Cassie is a little closer to Sydney Sweeney than she would let on. Communicates almost entirely through her body, imploding in the process. She's also credited with helping revive the modern rom-com alongside Glenn Powell in their movie Anyone But You. Then July's American Eagle jeans campaign ricocheted across the internet. It was condemned by critics as eugenics rhetoric and publicly applauded by the U.S. president. As American Eagle's stock rose 74%, a social media sleuth dug up voting records confirming Sydney's registration as a Florida Republican, and Sydney's feeds were inundated with calls for accountability. Yet the Sydney Sweeney machine kept moving. Her thriller Housemaid recouped its entire $35 million budget in days and secured a sequel. She continued promoting her box office triumphs and tribulations alike, while articles such as Sydney Sweeney was a star on the rise, what happened flooded the internet, and her image became increasingly linked to MAGA, despite her not endorsing it. Her brand bisected. To some, she was a Hollywood hero, a crusader against woke outrage and outreach. To others, she stood for a system that rewards silence from those least harmed by it. Was her choosing not to comment a principled refusal to perform politics, or a cosign? Was she declining to play the outrage game, or had she mastered it? And what did she actually think of the politics being projected onto her face, politics that strip rights from people who do not look like her? Yeah, I don't think she gives a fuck. This is the same person who's dating Scooter Braun, who was hanging out with Israeli hostages and taking photos with them. So no, I don't think there's anything principled here. I don't think that, I don't think she gives a fuck about people's rights being denied, about people being brutalized in this country. No one really knew, and in the absence In the absence of something more concrete to glom onto, people looked at Sydney and filled in the blanks themselves. Her December statement against divisiveness, largely dismissed by the internet as too little clarity, too late. She always just says this really blanket bullshit. I'm against hate and divisiveness. Anyone who knows me know I'm always trying to bring people together. In the past, my stance has been to never respond to negative or positive press, but recently I've come to realize that my silence regarding this issue has only widened the divide, not closed it. So I hope this new year brings more focus on what connects us instead of what divides us. Wow. That's so profound. Thank you. Okay, so let me skip down a bit. In speaking to her now, it's clear Sydney understands that the internet hungers for neat sound bites to chew on, an endorsement, a disavowal, an ideological line drawn in ink. It's her choice, she says directly, not to feed this craving with words. Those aren't my values, she says of 2025's controversy, but I feel like I've never needed to correct people who don't know who I am. So, who is she? Sydney Sweeney. Who are you? With Shrin, whose gays are you prioritizing? People will say, oh, she's doing this for guys, or oh, she's a guy's girl. But I'm like, what is more girl's girl than owning your body and doing it for yourself? I want it to be their choice, the choice of the wearer, whether this is for them or somebody else or for a camera lens. Gag me with a fucking spoon. Honestly, it is so disingenuous to pretend that this is like feminism, that what is more girl's girl than owning your body, when very clearly you tailor your businesses and the way that you promote and advertise them, you tailor that to the male gaze. Okay, ain't nobody looking at what you put out and go, wow, this feels very much so like it's for women. It's very 2000s male gaze girl boss coded. Yes, it's very like feminism means choice, that women get to choose. And I'm choosing to cater to men. Yeah. What's more feminist than owning your body? And it's exclusively sexualized clothing. And yeah, and to be clear, it's like, it's very much that Sydney, her brand campaigns, her endorsements, that she caters to male viewers. She has like very explicitly hyper heterosexualized imagery, you know? And it's funny because the target audience, or who she claims is not how she markets. It's not how she markets her products. It's not how she markets herself. Even so, there are different pressures and expectations placed on different women's bodies. I'm thinking specifically of women of color that cis white women don't always experience. How did you take this into account? My designers are all women, and I have an amazing, diverse team. My models are a beautiful range of body types. I'm always like, I want to see it on every body. I can't be the only model. I need to make sure everyone feels really good in it. Oh my God. Okay. What were your other non-negotiables when crafting Shrin? If I wouldn't wear it, I wouldn't want to make it. In sixth grade, I was a 32 double D, and I remember going to the store to get my first wire bra. It was silk, and the only bra I felt good in. I literally wore it to the point that it had holes in it. I brought it into my Shrin office and was like, this is how much this bra has meant to me. It has stood by my side my entire life. I want to make bras that stay with women, and it's really difficult finding things that support you but don't right up your back. I got slammed for what I wore, and anyone but you. Okay, first of all, ew, throw that bra out, girl. Throw that bra out. What are you doing? Why did you do this? Okay. Anyway, I don't care what, like I said, Sydney, it's funny because there are plenty of companies that sell bras for bigger boobed women, and so often I feel like when I see her in a bra, and I can't even show some of these photos because it's nip, but they're too small. They're too small. So I don't even understand talking about having a bra that is comfortable and that fits, and you're not even advertising those. Girl. I don't know anymore. I hate all my bras. This shit sucks ass. I'm an E cup. Like I get how difficult it can be to find a bra that fits you well. It's why I don't really wear wire bras anymore. I just often wear no bra, or I have sports bras on because they're really uncomfortable. And I feel like a lot of times I'm just always like my bra size will change when I gain weight, if I lose weight, if I'm on my period, etc. I know that this seems maybe petty and not the most important point here, but it is crazy to be launching a lingerie line, be talking about how important it is for bras to fit and like be comfortable and stuff. And you never ever are photographed wearing a bra that actually fits. I know. Yeah, I know. Bras, they're so uncomfy. I've tried to switch over to wireless as well, but then like I might as well just wear a sports bra. Whatevs. Okay. Given this and what you've said in the past about being hypersexualized, was there a moment in the Shrin design process when making this line became about control? Yeah, this is me reclaiming my body and my narrative and using it to empower other women. Oh my God. This is such a basic ass fake line of empowering other women, reclaiming my body. We're just saying words here to make this not be what it is. And it's that in the past, you were uncomfortable by how hypersexualized you were, that the way men in particular talk about Sydney Sweeney and how that was bothering her. And then she just leaned into it. And then it's like she leaned into it. She's got all these little businesses now, and just how she presents, really how she presents herself as a celebrity. And she's just trying to pretend like now she's actually empowering women. Any women out there feel empowered by Sydney Sweeney? Like, what are we doing here? I know. Okay. You've been kind of a lightning rod online in that people project their fantasies, their frustrations, and their politics onto you. When did you first realize there was Sid, the person, and Sydney Sweeney, the discourse topic? Honestly, it started with Cassie. I play a lot of characters that I can't do this voice anymore, that make questionable decisions or where it's complicated to like them. People project some of that onto me. That was scratching the surface of what I'm dealing with now, with people creating their own narratives that serve their purpose, their headlines, their clickbait. To the end, you've been at the center of a lot of culture war conversations without actually saying very much. It's definitely not a comfortable thing to have people saying what you believe or think, especially when that doesn't align with you. It's been a weird thing having to navigate and digest because it's not me. None of it is me. And I'm having to watch it happen. Yeah, except it does kind of seem to be you. Yeah, okay, then who are you, girl? What is you? She says this in every interview, and she'll be like, when there are important things for me to speak on, then I will speak. But then she never does and is always like, it's not me. None of it's me. If you could ask the internet to retire one narrative about you forever, what would it be? That I'm a hateful person. You know, it's so interesting because I think I understand what's happening here. I understand that Sydney views this all as people think I'm an evil, hateful person, and she just doesn't view herself that way. But this is not, honestly, Yes, I think kind of by proxy of being MAGA, there is the assumption that you are hateful, that you harbor really just gross gross politics and feelings towards other human beings. But she keeps focusing on this hate aspect, that she's like, I'm not about hate. I keep saying I'm not about hate, but everyone says I'm a hateful person, as if that's all that it's about. Where she thinks that she has spoken out that she doesn't believe in hate. She thinks that we should all just get along. If she could bake a cake and put all her feelings into it, she would. But it's that she's not just not standing for anything. It's that in trying to do this neutral bullshit, but then also there being things to point to, like her cozy relationship with the Bezoses, her dating Scooter Braun, and Scooter Braun being a very loudmouth Zionist in Hollywood. It's that she is a part of that. She wants to, I think she's looking at it in terms of love versus hate, and her saying, I don't believe in hate, I believe in love, but then not actually like being a person of any substance, not actually expressing any values that are reflective of the world she is living in, the world that she is supposedly an artist in, art that is a reflection of our culture, of, you know, our society. Nothing. There's a charged nickname that is stuck to you on social media, MAGA Barbie. I see it in Instagram comments constantly. How do you understand this label given that you've been private about your politics? I've never been here to talk about politics. I've always been here to make art. So that is just not a conversation I want to be at the forefront of. Okay. So the other thing I will say is, I think a lot of times what happens is we confuse the terms artist and entertainer / celebrity / actor. Not every entertainer is an artist. Not every actor is an artist. Not every celebrity is an artist. And a lot of times they think they are. Like Sydney Sweeney thinks she's an artist, but truly to be an artist, in the way Sydney thinks she is, but then to deny like politics as a part of art tells me enough that she is not an artist, that she is not driven to creating art because she has something to say, you know? I don't think she actually has anything particularly important to say. So I honestly would not give this label of artist to someone like Sydney Sweeney, because she kind of seems to be antithetical to that. An artist to me, you know, there's plenty of artists who I could identify. And they are people who feel like they have something to say, and that is what they are saying through their art. To be an artist, you have to inherently be political. If you can't showcase your biases or your worldview in any sort of format, then you're not an artist. Like, if you're not responding to the world around you, and then, you know, like being inspired to create art, to connect, to reflect the world around you, you know, having something to say and using the medium of art to say it, then frankly, you're You're just falling under one of these other categories. And I think that because of that, people want to take it even further and use me as their own pawn. But it's somebody else assigning something to me, and I can't control that. Why not correct if it's not true? Where is the line for you? Yeah, like what is hard? Girl. Why not correct if it's not true? It's not enough to be like, I don't like hate. Hate, not love. I mean, love, not hate. The interviewer is like, girl, please just say something. You keep being like, I'm so frustrated that everybody believes this, this is not who I am. It's not me. Then who are you? Who are you? I haven't figured it out. I'm not a hateful person. Oh my God. She's like she's just this broken record, but it's like so nothing. If I say that's not true, they'll come at me like, you're just saying that to look better. There's no winning. There's never any winning. Well, guess what? It's not about winning. It's about being a person who believes in anything and then is like showing what they believe in, who they are, what makes them, what drives them as a human being. It's this whole like there's no winning, there's never any winning. That's the internet. That's the thinking like, oh, I can never say anything that's going to have everybody online loving me. Well, guess what? That doesn't stop people from having values, from having convictions, from like being comprised of their beliefs, having a world fucking view. Having a worldview. I just have to continue being who I am because I know who I am. I can't make everyone love me. I know what I stand for. Is there anything about your values as a person, not party affiliations, but values? This interviewer's killing me, that you wish people understood about you more clearly. She's like, hey, you don't have to like get out there and, I don't know, say that you're a Bernie bro, or, start talking about like the manufacturing of consent via media. Are there, do you have values? Like, is there anything, what do you stand for? What politics is in, at the end of the day, politics is how we view how human beings should be treated, right? Like how we should be how we should care for one another. Politics, that's why we talk about politics being rooted in care. And I think you're confusing. I think you're confusing things here and believing that not speaking about politics means not talking about who you specifically vote for, you don't vote for. What are your values? How do you stay true and consistent in those values? Anything? I've always led with love. I've always believed that love is love in every single form. You should be kind to whoever you meet. I remember on the set of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, this part killed me. I watched Brad Pitt sit and hang out with the transpo department. I absolutely love that. And I was like, yeah, you have to respect everybody in your life. So she's an empath, y'all. Very funny to also use Brad Pitt as her one example here. She's like, I saw Brad Pitt. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Brad Pitt, who respects everybody in his life aside from Angelina Jolie and his children. Yeah. Okay. That answer says a lot about her. Why is she idolizing Brad Pitt? I don't know. One thing that does seem like a clear line for you, you don't speak to your fans directly about your political beliefs. So it's okay. You're not the first celebrity to be called out for this. Taylor Swift famously grappled with how much of her personal politics to disclose before speaking out. Do you think you'd ever change your mind about doing the same? Is there a future in which people will get to see what you believe politically? You know, I would love, I don't think that's in here because I read through this, but I would love a question in here of how Sydney feels about a lot of her peers, a lot of her industry peers who are not activists. They're not, you know, they're not, they don't work professionally in politics or anything like that, but have spoken out, are speaking out. Like, I would just have loved for the interviewer to go, what do you think about so many of your peers who are using their platforms, who are establishing where they stand on human beings being kidnapped and like murdered in the streets, you know, having an opinion on anything, and how they also oftentimes will relate what is happening in society to the issues that are at play in the films that they're promoting, you know, where Sydney's there are absolutely connections to be made in some of the work that Sydney has done. And it's like, hey, you know, how this is somebody who wrote this, and clearly there are things in here that are reflective of how our society operates. Like, do you have anything? Does that make sense to you? You get that? Is there a future in which people will get to see what you believe politically? No, I'm not a political person. Yeah, actually, you are. You're just exhibiting that you are not political in any meaningful way, in any way that contributes to the care of your fellow human beings. Like, do you understand that you thinking you're being neutral is actually informing people on what your politics are, on then who you are? I'm in the arts. I'm not here to speak on politics. That's not an area I've ever imagined getting into. It's not why I became who I am. I became an actor because I like to tell stories. But I don't believe in hate in any form. I should have done a drinking game out of this. Every time Sydney Sweeney says she does not believe in hate, take a drink. I believe we should all love each other and have respect and understanding for one another. Wow. Yeah, unlike the other artists interested in politics, it's like, I don't think a lot of other actors, a lot of your peers who are speaking out right now view this as like speaking on politics, as separate from their being artists, from being in the arts, that they became actors not because they like to tell stories. Unlike Sydney Sweeney, who became an actor because she likes to tell stories. I have to say, truly everything I read in here is so fucking basic. I became an actor because I like to tell stories. Whoa, haven't heard that before. That's not unique. That's not also separate from caring about what those stories are, who tells them, who historically has not had their stories told, you know. Became an actor because I like to act. Yeah. So a whole lot of nothing, but also par for the course with who Sydney is. And I just cannot also I didn't finish the article, but you should know she says this a million times. I don't believe in hate. I don't stand for anything you guys are saying. I'm a human being. I believe in love. Like, she just keeps saying that. She did a movie about domestic violence survivor. How is that not politics? Because it's just art. Because it's just art, and she's just an artist. What about the queer boxer you played? Same response. It's a story, and she's here to tell stories. Oh, Time Lord, thank you for the tier 3. Whoa! Thank you very much for the tier 3 subscription. It's Pia. Thank you for the Prime. Green Bay Sky, thank you for the 8 months. But you know, somebody who is a lot more interesting and actually has something to say and is relating the film he was in to our current political situation, Wagner MOURA, and he's hot. So real quickly, I will say I finally got to see The Secret Agent. I went with Nandre. We went to a matinee. It was the two of us and 6 old people. Shocking. I can't believe that A, there weren't more people, and B, we were the only ones under the age of 70 at a matinee showing of The Secret Agent on a Wednesday. Oh, Agent Secreto. Yes, I really enjoyed this film. I didn't even feel the length of it. It's a pretty long film. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes, but I just thought it was so well crafted, and the absolute stellar cast, unbelievable cast of characters, so beautifully drawn, so sharply drawn, even if they were, even if they were like bad guys or good guys, that just really purposeful. There was not a character, even if they showed up for a couple moments and then never came back, there was not a character that felt wasted, that felt kind of like, eh. Everyone was sharply drawn and really just an incredible ensemble. Great cast, great characters, and it's really such a populous film. There's just so much happening. It does take a minute to kind of know exactly what's going on, and there were a couple things that I kind of got lost on. I don't know if it was a translation thing or because I went to the bathroom at one point, but overall I just really enjoyed the world that was built out, all these characters. I love 70s film aesthetics. It was a thriller, a political thriller that was quite subversive in the tropes, so it doesn't feel like your typical political thriller. And it also had some absurd moments of humor that felt unexpected. But anyway, it's just a very vivid portrayal of living under a military dictatorship. So it takes place in the 70s in Brazil, similar to I'm Still Here, but that was a very different film. And just the interconnectedness of all these characters, kind of the idea of memories and how living in a time like that caused a fracturing in people's memories, either because people were being disappeared and their children were left with essentially nothing, not even their memories, or just the lack of having information on your family. It's incredible because Brazil has had one of the longest dictatorships, and it took them a while to make films about that era, unlike Argentina or Chile. Yes, and now it feels like we're getting we're getting the quite a few, and really well done. I think I like The Secret Agent better than I'm Still Here, which was a film I still appreciated. And anyway, I loved Wagner Moura in it. I thought his performance was he was just outstanding. He has a lot that's really simmering under the surface as he's in a very touch and go dangerous situation, and he's just he's an ordinary person who is coming up against the might of a dictatorship and of powerful figures who have political and personal agendas against him, and just how he has to navigate through all of that. Agent's more colorful and paced better overall. Yes. So I overall really enjoyed the film. I loved the music choices. I loved the editing. Had some really had some interesting style to it. Loves the 70s film aesthetics. I think what I would say is its biggest strength is its cast. The writing and the cast. The writing in particular with the characters, because there are so many of them. There are so many. I'm actually glad to see that this film was nominated in casting, because I think it's incredible. It's such an incredible feat to not just have that many characters, but to have such a liveliness to them, and they all inhabit, they all, even in just moments on screen, inhabit these lives. No one felt like filler. No one felt like filler. Okay, so Wagner Moura making Oscars history with The Secret Agent and his warning to America: polarization is democracy's greatest threat. Brazilian film star Wagner Moura, standing on the rooftop of the Variety offices in Los Angeles, says with a trace of wonder, "I can see my house from here." But he has a lot more on his mind than The View, or even the historic Best Actor Oscar nomination he received 24 hours ago for The Secret Agent. He's thinking about his wife of 25 years and his 3 boys, and the monster growing slowly in the United States. Today, everything Moura will talk about is something Americans still don't fully understand, yet Moura knows intimately what authoritarianism actually looks like when it arrives. Having done theater, film, and TV in Brazil, he broke out globally in 2015 when he played notorious drug lord Pablo Escobar in Netflix's hit crime series Narcos, opposite Pedro Pascal. Soon after, he expanded his presence with artful roles like playing a war correspondent opposite Kirsten Dunst in Alex Garland's Civil War, and as Manny, one half of a crime duo who robs drug dealers in Apple TV's Dope Thief. But there's something different for Moura about Kleber Mendonça Filho's wrenching political thriller, The Secret Agent. Moura has lived that experience. Set during Brazil's military dictatorship in the late 70s, The Secret Agent follows Armando Solimões, a former professor caught in political turmoil who attempts to flee persecution with his young son as authoritarian rule tightens. He is pursued by hitmen hired by Henrique Girotti, an amoral executive with both political and personal vendettas against him. He flees to Recife, where he is taken in by Dona Sebastiana, who I want to smoke a cig with. Dona Sebastiana so bad. So freaking bad. Love her. Love his father-in-law. Oh my God. Put those two in a movie, another movie together. Love them. Dona Sebastiana, who's a former anarcho-communist elder. She shelters other political dissidents, but there's only so much she can do to protect Brazilian citizens in the sights of a corrupt government. What registers? Okay, this part made me laugh, especially compared to Sydney. What registers immediately is Wagner's curiosity. He asks a lot of questions, not out of politeness, but out of genuine interest, learning about the people around him with the same care he gives to his characters. He's warm without being performative and thoughtful without posturing. He asks about journalism the way someone who once imagined himself as a journalist might, not with nostalgia, but with respect. His Oscar nom hovers in the background, acknowledged but never the center of conversation. What matters more to MOURA is the moment itself. This is a film that was born from how Kleber and I felt when Brazil was under this sort of fascist government, how we felt about our role as artists. Oh, isn't that interesting? We're having this conversation about what does it mean to be an artist? How, how does art operate in the world of the political, How is art a reflection of the world that the art inhabits? What does it mean? What does it mean to be an artist? Caroline, did you plan this? What? You guys never had the experience of living under a dictatorship. You don't know what that is, what that feels like, or how bad it is. He crosses his arms, choosing his next words carefully. It happens slowly, and if you don't have a reaction to the little things, that's when they take over. Mendonça Filho, who wrote the main role in The Secret Agent for MOURA, recognized something essential in his leading man beyond talent. Wagner is a great actor, he says. He has the element of empathy in him, like Jimmy Stewart, Paul Newman, and Jose Ferrer. But more crucially, I cannot separate the person and the actor in my films. Wagner's incredible emotional commitment to the story and to Brazil was essential. And that's another thing about Sydney. Sydney is not a person who actually appears to be empathetic. And to be an artist, to be even an actor, you have to really give off that sense of having empathy. And it's why I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm not just saying this because I can't stand her. I've never liked Sydney. I've never found her to be a particularly interesting actor. I think she pulls off the role in like The White Lotus, She pulls off Cassie in Euphoria, but I've never seen her as like really having range, and I've never seen her as somebody who I found particularly interesting. I didn't even like her in White Lotus. I think she was fine, Born in Salvador and raised in Rodelas, 340 miles outside the capital with a father in the military, he grew used to the itinerant life. MOURA studied journalism in college, having been inspired by Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward. He hoped that someday he too could investigate corruption at the highest levels of government. Instead, he ended up on this rooftop, having just learned that the film he stars in has earned 4 Oscar nominations: Best Picture, International Feature, Casting, and of course, Best Actor for MOURA, the first Brazilian and 6th Latino to be nominated in the category's 98-year history. Still, real life, MOURA insists, is what happens when the cameras stop rolling and when democracies and humanity are truly tested. Less than 24 hours after this meeting, ICE agents will fatally shoot ICU nurse Alex Preddy on the streets of Minneapolis, an event that will dominate the news cycle and fuel debates online and in the streets about executive power. Everything he talks about is relevant. Unlike Sydney Sweeney, who nothing is relevant, nothing is meaningful. I just think that we should all love. Where are you emotionally at this moment after the Oscar nom? It's complex. Professionally, this is probably the most recognized moment of my career, but life doesn't stop. After the nom, I hugged my wife and kids, and then life continued. That's grounding. This is a beautiful moment, especially because it's a Brazilian film receiving this attention. I'm truly happy. But I've been around long enough to understand that this isn't real life. Once the excitement settles, I'm a husband and a father again. Okay. Do you find it difficult to play someone who isn't a version of yourself? We have everything within us. When I played Pablo Escobar, I'm nothing like him, but I am. We can all be mean, greedy, and do shitty things. Acting is digging within yourself. We're capable of beautiful things and evil things. Human beings can be horrible, but they can also be extraordinary. Acting lives in that gray area. Did you approach Armando first as a political figure or simply as a man trying to survive? Always as a man. Politics should be the background. People connect to characters, not ideas. You told me that Americans are taking democracy for granted. Can you expand upon that? When I was doing Civil War, I was constantly thinking about how differently Brazil reacted to our insurrection in a better way than you guys did, because Brazil was quick to do the right thing and send the message that you can't mess with democracy. We sent people to jail. Bolsonaro is in jail. In America, it's as if they're testing like a kid. They're like, I'm going to do it. And if there's no reaction, then what? I feel like the US and its institutions are not responding with appropriate firmness, putting up boundaries, people facing consequences. That's because these institutions are complicit. What concerns you the most about this time, not just in the US, but globally? What concerns me most about mankind nowadays is that there are no facts anymore. Facts don't matter anymore. We used to fight left and right, used to have arguments, but we were fighting over the same thing. Nowadays, it's not about facts. It's about versions of the truth. When the president himself creates a universe where Renee Good is to blame, it's not only morally horrible, but it's not true. It's crazy. The information that gets to your feed is completely different to the information that gets to your mother or that MAGA guy. And he's not necessarily a bad human being, but he's being fed information that makes him think there's a pizza place where Democrats are abusing kids. So how can you talk to someone who doesn't live in the same reality that you do? Is that what makes art and storytelling more important right now? Yes, when art and film step up and do a fiction, it might be something that's more important than reality, because you watch a movie, you go back home, and it makes you think about it. I'm increasingly interested in speaking through characters, saying what I need to say through them. I know I keep doing the compare to Sydney Sweeney, but it's so comical. It's really quite ridiculous to compare the difference in these interviews and these answers. And I understand that Wagner has been nominated for a film that is specifically about life under a military dictatorship in Brazil in the 70s. But what he's saying too is just broadly applicable to art and to what being an artist is. You play Armando as a man who's trying to survive through restraint. Why was that the right choice for this character? This character couldn't call attention to himself. He's in a dictatorship where people would disappear. You can't call the cops or hire a lawyer. He just wanted to protect his son and survive with his moral values intact. For the character himself, silence was survival. Love a man in a silk shirt, I will say. Where do you hope we will be 10 years from now? The killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis felt like one of those what the fuck moments that should wake people up. But at the same time, I saw reactions saying, a white person got killed, so now we have to do something, as if it's somehow acceptable when immigrants are killed. I hope we rebuild the bridges between us. Polarization is democracy's greatest threat. Many people aren't bad, they're misinformed. Technology helps science but destroys civic life. Attention spans are gone. Young people are depressed. Truth feels over. I hope we find a way back. Me too, buddy. Me. And that's what I would tell people. I would tell my peers who hated seeing what was happening to Palestinians, who hate seeing what's happening to immigrants, but who worry that if they dip their toe in this, then suddenly they're expected to be a political commentator. I'm like, no, not at all. And trust that the people who are trying to deter you, that they're trying to detract you from like speaking to your values, to your beliefs, they want you to think that suddenly now that's the arena you've waded into. No, not at all. If people in your community are having this discussion, if they are asking you where you stand, if you are like, I want to make it clear that this is where, like Cinna was like, it's fuck ICE. It's free Palestine. Like this is it, there's no changing this. This is how I am. Cinna's not a political commentator. She's not about to like sit there and cover ICE news for 5 hours. She doesn't need to. But she's also like, yeah, just so y'all know. And same with Sidion. Sidion put out an Instagram post that was like, to be very fucking clear, if you follow me, if you are if you're in my community and you don't know where I stand, you don't know what kind of person I am, like, let me just tell you, I'm a fuck ICE type of person. I'm a free Palestine kind of person. Doesn't need to get, like I said, doesn't need to break things down for hours then, doesn't need to actually then wade into doing political commentary as content, but is just clearly saying this is who I am, and if that's not clear, then you should know, and if that's not who you are, then get out. Sometimes you just gotta, sometimes you set the record straight. Sometimes because they don't look at that as like, it's not a, let me get into what, let me get into talking about like politics. This is what I believe as a human being. These are my principles as a human being, and therefore my position is fuck ICE. Yeah. So anyway, anywho, I just think that I just think it's bullshit to act as if now suddenly you're expected to be a political commentator, or others who are like, oh, so you're doing politics now? It's like, no, this is how I feel as a human being, and that is informing my position. I do not believe that human beings should be treated like this, and therefore, this is my position on the matter. The whole, it's so complicated, you shouldn't feel confident to say anything. BS worked on me for a long time because I saw people I respect say it. Didn't take much for me to get to, oh, wait, I'm very clear on where I stand. Yeah. And then I don't know, to me, it's like, if you don't know that, or if you don't express that, then who are you? What are you? Who are you if you don't stand for anything? If you have no values and you don't express those values, it's all about love, guys. No hate. No hate, y'all. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm not doing any gaming. I spoke a lot tonight. I didn't even cover everything I want to, and I've got a long day tomorrow. I'm going to be getting up early. And doing a stream, and then I'm going to be going downtown. So if you live in LA and you want to join tomorrow, there's a big protest happening downtown. When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. Thanks for the stream. Take care tomorrow. Thanks. And I hope that I will see you in the morning. I know that this is a night crew, so probably won't be on your schedule, but maybe our East Coasters, our EU viewers, will be like, yay, a morning stream. And then otherwise, if I don't see you tomorrow, I will not be live Friday. Nope. I will not be live Saturday. So the next time that I will be back is Sunday. Anon, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Okay. Okie dokie. Did you see Bruce Springsteen put out a protest song? I did. Maybe we'll cover that in the morning. Yeah, I wanted to cover the Odessa Zion casting stuff. Cover that tomorrow. And yeah, always another day. Always another day to talk about stuff, folks. Thank you for joining me tonight. Oh, I didn't even pick somebody. I'm going to send you over to... how about Doodleburb? Permission to hit the hay? Permission granted. I'll send y'all to Doodleburb. Okie dokie. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Bye. Oops.